Wait, hold on. Hold. I gotta turn my camera on. I gotta pog, prepare. Prepare pog, hang on. How am I, Liz? How am I? You're gonna ask me that? Are you serious? Just take me away. Thank you, Swiley. See, Swiley knows the drill by now. I have to turn off my headset because otherwise I'm stupid. Controller. Pog champion. Yes, sir. Alright, guys. Today, we are not going to be beating Case 4. Because Case 4 is really long. And there's no way I will finish it tonight unless I want to stay up till like 4 a.m. And I don't want to do that. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do half the case tonight. And that's going to be the investigation. Because I've been told by a little birdie that whispered me a secret that this case is split up into 2 sections. You have an investigation, like that one steamship mission, or the mission case, where it's all investigation, and then the second half is all trial. Was a little birdie named Ollie? No. Who's Ollie? I don't know that guy. Never heard of him. Ollie. God, he sounds smelly. I will say that. Also, Liz, if you're actually asking, I'm doing Peepo Pog Champ. Peepo Poggy. What's up, South? How you doing? Yes, sir! Okay, this song is good, but it's not really a stream song. So I gotta pick something else. Let's do... Let me find something on my playlist. Oh, God. What's good for streaming? Ocean... Yeah, this is a good one. Guys, what do you want? For the next 5 minutes and 30 seconds, we're going to be talking, and then we're going to start the game. What do you want to talk about? Anything. I'm an open book. I'll tell you the secret to life, if you ask nicely. I'll tell you 2 plus 2. I'll even tell you 4 plus 4. All I ask is you say it with a smile. Thoughts on hash browns? Literally S tier potato. Literally S tier potato. Every time I go to a restaurant and it's like a sit-down restaurant, and they have fries, I'm like, bro, they got hash browns instead? Like, I go to Perkins, and I order a chicken finger melt, which is chicky fingies, and pepper jack cheese with bacon on sourdough bread. Bellissimo, let me tell you. But it comes with fries. And I say, no. Give me hash daddy. And they give me hash with my chicky fingy melt. It's delicious! And I love it. My headset, you like my headset? I've had this for like almost a year now. No, like 8 months. 8 months or so. It's a really nice headset. I really like it. I can go anywhere. Look at this dude. I can go anywhere and still talk to you.
I'm in my bathroom right now. How does that make you feel, Do? What? He's talking to us in his bathroom? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Man, I sure am thirsty. I love sink water. It's one of my favorite, really one of the guilty pleasures of life.
Really, truly one of the guilty pleasures. Echo? Yeah. Whatever. I know it's not potatoes, but onion rings are superior to fries and harsh browns. Man, I'm gonna need some ketchup for all those harsh browns you're serving, Mercury. What's going on with you? What's got into you? Being weird. No, all potatoes are good. I mean, there's nothing bad. What's 5 plus 5? 41. What's your opinion on pineapple pizza? It's pretty alright. It's really not good and it's really not bad. It's like, it's a pizza that I would never order for myself, but if offered it, I would eat it. You know what I mean? Can you buy you a burger from Five Guys? No. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't, because it's like $12 a burger. Any other questions? Can you have geese? Bamboozler. Geese. Geese. You can't hear me pee? What? You think I pee in like 5 seconds? You think I can just rip it out like that? I'm streaming, bro. That sounds like... Pee world record? Guys, I've always wanted to be a world record holder. Pee world record? This percent? When is my epic Twitter clip that I made you going live? I don't know, probably Saturday. Probably Saturday. I'll probably make a short of it too, so I need a day. Also, Ollie, if you're available after the stream, let's very quickly go over that thing that we wanted to. How is Fresh Lemons? I don't know. I'm gonna see him in a couple days. I think he's living life. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think he's just absolutely killing it at all times. I don't think he can have a bad time ever. Look at him. That's so fresh. He's looking at me like, yeah, damn, I know what I'm doing. He's just kind of cool as hell. Peepo PogChamp? That's right. You cracked the case wide open. You should be the detective. Alright guys, you have 70 seconds before I begin the gamer adventure. Anything. Oh yeah, I really like the leg clip. I didn't realize how much of a destructive noise that the leg clip made. Because here's the thing, you guys. Look at my desk. Like, there's not really... Here. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Where's my mouse? Look at this shit. Oh, God. Ugh. Look at this shit. Okay. Look, here's the Nico man. Oh. And look, like, here's my desk. There's not really room on this desk to kick anywhere. If that makes sense. There's really no room. And I was like, well, I gotta commit to the bit, and I just smash. Like, Hulk smash, brother. Great. Oh. Ugh, why do I get the snifflies all of a sudden? What's going on? Ugh. I hope this doesn't continue. Who's Juan Jotson? It's me. I'm actually the Glizzy Gobbler of the Great Britain Empire. That's what they call me. Okay, let's call it good. Crank that soldier boy. Yes, sir. Ugh. I'm ready to go gamer. So this is the first time we will not be finishing a case on the same night that we started. Sadly. This case is too long to do that. And the next case is even longer. Your face is red, but Nico, you aren't drunk? My face is red? I mean, maybe the swelling due to me allergizing to whatever the hell's on my face right now, but I feel great. I look red? What if I desaturized my entire face? And made me completely decolored boy. Okay! Gaming. I gotta turn up my volume, and we're gonna go. I like this theme. Have I showed you guys Hedgeworth? You guys know how Edgeworth's the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney character, right? Well, my sister was an art student, and she cast I'll show it to you in a second, but she cast a figure for me out of pure copper, I think. I'm not sure if it's copper or aluminum, but she made this for me, and his name is Hedgeworth. Focus! Focus! Come on! There he is. Hedgeworth! My man! Look at him. Hedgeworth is very epic. He's made out of solid metal. A completely solid metal. Alright, run it and gun it. Here we go. Gotta set up like one more thing and we're going. Because we gotta get done with this investigation before like preferably 1 a.m. We have 4 hours to do 3 hours? Yeah, we can do it. I wish I could be as cool as Fresh Lemons and Hedgeworth. Continue. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Okay, let's watch the cutscene again, because we always do this. The Clouded Kokoro. Oh! Oh, oh, oh!
I
Yo!
begin to think, Wilson, said Sherlock,
I'm a wolf.
turning his head languidly in my
Languidly.
direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed.
There's more.
Indeed, that there may be another part to this story.
Bargy,
that
why are
we
you
have
online?
Yet to discover.
Oh!
His eyes wandered, following the steam rising
steam.
from his cup of herbal tea,
Hobble. Oh!
leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Damn, this is crazy.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
It's probably gonna be like one of those cases where the killer wasn't a person or didn't have to be at the crime scene. Because there have been cases in the past, I won't say which for spoilers' sake, where the actual murderer wasn't even on site, but they still were the murderer. We'll see. Fog Champ, you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? Wait, we got enormous? Rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Just just... Oh. Whoa, it's stuck! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh, I just broke my keyboard. Oh my god! What? I did not. What? What the hell happened? Does this go back on? Oh, I really hope so. Here, let me show you guys. Look what happened. I hope. I think this goes back on. Hello? Oh yeah, it just pops on. It just... Okay, cool. Okay, we're good. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Brillante. Also, what's up, Dozy? Okay. Oh yes, I was trying to be like rolling on the mattress like a... No, did I hit it again? Oh my god. That's me. And okay, guys, my bed, right? It's right here, right? It's my bed. Okay, here's my impersonation of Ryunosuke in a great British hotel. That shit hurted. Damn, that shit hurted. Okay, let's go. Okay. Okay. It was that sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Did you really go to the most expensive place and not be able to pay? The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. in a lodging house in Japan. That sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Sussy, don't worry about it. I'm a gamer. I really am sorry. Don't worry, Sussy. We got it. We got it. I gotta zoom in a little bit again. Okay, we're good. No, zoom in. It's too close. Okay. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Uh-oh. London is a scary place.
Good morning to you at this early hour.
I think it's Lord Buttcheek. Yeah, Lord Buttcheek. Oh, yes. Well. This is not Herlock. This is Lord Buttcheek. What's with the gears in the back room? This is the Chief Justice of all of Great Britain. He's like the guy in charge of the justice system. Morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. You've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. This ought to sound amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. That doesn't explain gears. We're literally inside Big Ben, okay? I don't think you understand this. Lord Chief Prosecutor's Office, or whatever, we're in Big Ben. Okay? We're in London, you guys. I don't know if that's actually true. I'm just making that up, just so you guys know. Okay.
Yes, I had heard a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Hey!
Yes, already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh.
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a gamer, a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
Maybe. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared.
I'm like drifting into Colonel. I can't drift into Colonel. How long do I think this stream's gonna be? Well, I need to get through 3 hours of content, so it's probably gonna be around 4 hours, 4.5 hours, yeah. Because I need to get through the entire investigation.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What were you hoping for?
Do they know about the fire? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I don't even know if Ryunosuke knows about the fire.
Culpability of the defense has not at present time been established in this...
Wait, what did I do for his voice?
Culpability of this defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Dykes, it has been a pleasure, so it has. And for you, my dear fella. Beep beep poo poo pa pa pee poo pa poo. I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat Lucky Charms. Meow.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you need...
Oh, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
I have a clock. Magnus McGilton passed away immediately following the trial.
Of course he did. He was the one that burned, wasn't he? Okay. No! What? Mr. McGillet is dead? Apparently. Why are there birds in the clock?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
He was your favorite character? No, he was not. He was not. Converse. Magilda's death. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Okay.
Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime in which...
No, yes, of course, that was the scene in the crime in which Mr. McGilda had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, all the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter. The omnibus went up in flames.
No! How could such a thing have happened? Yeah, how the heck, actually?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of a carriage, as that of McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
Did he fake his death? There's no reason why he would have got in there. Why would he have done that? Because I remember he's like, no, I can't talk. I have to go check out the crime scene again. And then he got in it? That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened?
It is also being investigated as we speak.
Sussy. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yeah, why did he do that? Yeah, if it's someone is like... I mean, look at that hat. It's so hot, it's giving me allergies. Oh my goodness. It seemed like a planned event. Well, it was clearly planned by someone. I just don't know if it was planned by him or someone else.
'Tis time for the inspection.
What? What inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. But I asked if I could be present for myself.
Huh.
Inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
What? Then who was Mr. McGilda talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
No!
Poor Mr. McGilda. Dude, he was kind of a weenie, but, you know, I didn't want him to burn alive if he actually did.
So, how'd you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow, wowie. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which only has a few short decades old. Oh, Sasata-san is such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of falling behind... and you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. She read my mind again. She literally read my mind again.
Judicial system here in the most advanced in the world.
Learn all that you can. That was not the right words, but you know what? Whatever. The most advanced in the world, is it? I didn't want McGilda to be my friend.
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
What? I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. He's like, you silly Sally. You sussy baka. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. What? What are you giggling about, mister? Something funny?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve.
I did.
And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. I'm just here to play the game. Listen, I'm just a glizzy gobbler in a bratwurst world. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much is at least an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? Why is he gonna... What was he gonna say before? He knows something. I don't know what he knows, but he knows something. Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned? Who the hell is this? This is... Big Ben. That's his name. Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. It probably does.
Don't worry. It's nothing as so alarming or quite urgent as your last assignment. In fact, the case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Yes, everyone does that.
That's to say, no one has died. As yet.
No one has died yet? Well, that's good.
And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes.
I don't know. I'm trying to, like... I'm trying to think, like, is this the voice I want to run with this guy as, or should I do, like...
23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
What should we run with? Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. No, you can do it.
Real no skin, Naruto.
I don't know if I can face standing in a courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Why?
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case.
What? What is it?
Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Why? Why is no one advocating?
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
Any defenders? Sasato be like, any defenders in the chat? Any defenders? The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking.
Okay.
There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
23 hours, he said there was last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. I think the first voice fits better. Okay. What did I do again?
One more thing.
What did I do?
One more thing, Mr. Naruto.
Is that, what did I do?
There is something I should like to ask you.
Okay, what is that? I don't know what I did. Yeah.
Yesterday you remarked upon something.
Oh, this one. Yeah. This is it.
That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi.
Ooh. Yes, I do that. I will do that. Which you said.
I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work toward that myself. And there's another thing. Oh!
Another thing. Continue.
I don't know what I did for this guy's voice. Just, if I'm doing it right, say something. If you like it, say something. If you don't, I'll figure it out. It took us like an hour to figure out Colonel. So, we got time. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important I have to do.
Something very important? And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done... You're out of time.
Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruto, what's this all about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you to both focus your attentions on the matter at hand.
Oh. Hello? Mario? In Ace Attorney? Mario brother? Is that you?
taken the liberty.
I've taken the how did I do it?
I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. I'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been there? A while. Is he holding fries? I'm sorry, chips?
I wish the best of luck and bid you farewell.
Thank you. 4 Gothers? Thank you for the follow. I just saw you followed, but my alert's not going off. For some reason. Thank you. Are my alerts just broken? Hang on, this is actually important. Hey, let me test something. My alerts may or may not be broken. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 little second. Give me 1 little second. Yeah, alert box. Test follow. That's me! I followed the stream. I'm the follower and the streamer. Checkmate, atheists. All right, let's go. I'm your god and your gamer. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Detective Butt Cheeks. All right, you're right. Oh, what voice am I going to give this guy? Should I give him an Italian accent? Because he's clearly British, but I saw him and I thought Mario. You know? I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What's up, my guy? Examine. Oh. And Mario! Should I make him actually sound like Mario, or should I do my Mario voice? Because my Mario voice is like, and meet the Barley, it's me, I hang out with the princess, and I make a cake, throw a bomb, kill a Goomba, mamma mia. Give Beppo an Italian accent? Yeah, but is that the same thing? Could we trouble you? What do you think? Not Italian? I know he's not Italian. Ollie, I know that. But I don't... Listen, there's so many male voices at this point that I'm running out of voices if I don't go a different route for everyone. You know what I mean? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What did the weather got to do with anything? I can't do this.
What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out your hand, you know.
But Sasata-san told me it was foolproof.
Hello, Mario. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Hello, Mario. I'm Luigi.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers would be saying? Hmm? Hello, Mario. Would probably be a start. Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hello, Mario. Hear that ripping sound. That's my reputation at Yard going to tatters.
Okay, this guy is pretty eccentric, so I don't know if I want to do the bland Hello Mario.
Hello, Mario.
Every time I run into this guy the rest of the game, I'm just gonna be like, hello, Mario.
I'm Luigi, and hear that ribbon sound. That's my reputation at the Yard going to tatters.
Do the Super Show voice?
Hear that dripping sound? That's my reputation at the Yard going to tatters. We're screwed, Luigi.
There's no need to rip us apart as well. No, this isn't Watson. This isn't Watson. This is not Watson. This is just a detective. Actually, Watson already is dead. Watson died in the first case. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. What do you guys think? Do you want Hello Mario, or do you want the Mario Super Show? Or do you want actual... It's me, Mario, me
Meatball!
I don't feel like Mario Meatball fits this character, but I could see
What Luigi? Brooklyn is fucked, Luigi. The taxpayer dollar.
I'm walking here. My name's Luigi. Hey, my name's Luigi. I run a pizzeria down on the corner with me and my brother Mario. We're gay. Fuck you. We got good pizza, though. You want a slice of sausage? Or you want a slice of sausage?
All right, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Nario's judicial assistant. This is...
Eh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Okay, let's decide now. Do we want
Brooklyn? Do we want... This is my... I'm walking here, going down to pizzeria. I own a pizzeria with my brother Bruno. We run a pizzeria. We sell coffee. We sell pizza. Fuck you.
That's my Brooklyn accent. Or should we do...
Brooklyn is fucked, Luigi. I swear on my overalls, I'll pin this guy. It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Those are our choices. I'm narrowing it down. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? You think the Brooklyn voice fits? He is literally British, but I mean, if you guys like it, I want you guys to pick. I think Super Slow best fits the all-time. I think Super Show fits best of all the voices so far.
Brooklyn is fucked, Luigi.
So I am Lord Strong. I just asked you to fill me in on the case. I'm a cop. The name's Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. I'm from the yard. Let me get some coffee with my baguette.
Can you do a mix of everything? No, there's too many accents, dude. Gregson, Inspector Gregson. What's the matter with Sasato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Famous. Inspector Gregson. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? It depends on how often we see this guy. Okay, I assume that this guy is going to be the detective of this game, which means we're going to see him in this case and the next case. I assume. Maybe he'll die. I don't know. Who knows? We're going to have to see. But I would assume that this guy is going to be around for both of the next cases. That'd be my guess. You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Sato. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Hey. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
I kind of like the Brooklyn accent for this guy. I think it fits. There'll be more male characters. I feel like Brooklyn fits this guy better. And we'll give another character the...
Brooklyn is fucked, Luigi.
There will be another one, I guarantee it. Are we going to see Sholmes this case? I'm 95% sure we do, Elysia.
Mrs. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Wow. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Apparently. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he's not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. I'm walking here.
Rumors?
Hello, Mario.
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that.
This is like morphing away from Brooklyn into just like whatever it is. I don't even know what it is now. Gosh, you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch what they're saying. But I know what the folk are like. What folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps sudden rise to fame does change people. Case. What's the case? So, about the case of the Lord Chief Justice that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be any simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. Yeah.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind.
I thought that Mr. TikTok Big Ben said that there was no one dead yet.
Fortunately, it wasn't fatal.
Oh?
It wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward? Oh, okay, so yeah, no one died. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Sasato takedown, would you? Yes. That's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruto. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. You've riled the beast.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. Barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit.
Hello, Mario.
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
What? Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple! The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zykes.
We already beat him. I'm not threatened. I mean, I'm threatened by his leg, but that's about it.
Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zykes. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. I like how I read just that line in his voice. The Reaper of the Bailey.
Colonel, it would appear that I am reaping the Bailey. But the clap of my ass cheeks keeps turning the jury on the other side.
I don't know. Lord Barak Van Zykes, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Yep. When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution... When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been a prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Okay, to be fair, he didn't win the trial, but the person he was prosecuting against died. So, this Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is it? No, they die! Well, yes, usually they die of being sentenced guilty, but... Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. In yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zyke, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. I don't think he cares.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, huh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, even if Van Zykes could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'm gonna eat my fries now. I'm walking here on the street, got some fries, fuck you.
Hello, Mario.
Have a good long look at... I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. I'm walking here.
Are we supposed to believe that? Everyone who he's ever prosecuted against has died. That's crazy. Whether by capital punishment or, you know, burning alive in an omnibus. Yeah, Mr. McGilded died burned alive in the omnibus that he committed his first crime. Wow, it's crazy.
Right, well, I filled you in as request. I'm very nearly out of chips. And when a man's out of chips, I get angry. And when I get angry, I get horny. And you don't want to see me when I'm horny. Okay? I get it. I'm done. They'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. British!
That's correct, ma'am. If you head over there holding on over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already.
He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you.
Goodbye, Mario. Goodbye, Mario.
There's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Interesting. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruto. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is not a good one. Well, if you think too much, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. Yeah, he got burned alive, Bao. It's crazy. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I'd like to think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you, Sussy Baka. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Hey! What did you miss? We gave Mario Detective a Brooklyn accent. We decided on Brooklyn. Jail. 19th February, local prison cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Like a Minecraft dungeon? Where's the chest? Diamond horse armor, anyone? Any golden apples? And having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. It's okay, Sussy. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me my number, it's utterly unbelievably, unjustly reasonable. I refuse to answer. Who? Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. Yeah. I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of compliments was in Japanese. Japanese? Oh, complaints, not compliments. What? Who are you? Hello? Edgar Allan Poe. There he is. That's him. Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! No, okay, we gotta decide. Quiet! Shh!
They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
Right. So, can I ask you who exactly... There you are! Wait, what? There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost! A ghost? A goblin. You mean you no harm, prisoner son? Are you... Japanese by any chance? Ooh. Maybe. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Yeah. All right. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! Been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Ooh. What did he just do? YMCA or something? He was like, no wait, he went, he's like, what was that? What was that? Most monumentally moving moment. Actually, he did the MMMM. He got one of the letters right. I'll give him credit. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Wow. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon. Yeah, I don't know. There's no... I can't do a YMCA on that one. Alright. A first-class lawyer? That's me. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I mean, I am the famous glizzy gobbler of Britain, but that's about it. I'm not a famous lawyer, dude. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. I can't say sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. It's just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for... No, wait, no. Thank you for cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Chisato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume! Every time he does a pose, his last pose, I can totally just imagine he's like, or like, he's Soseki Natsume. Yeah, what do you got? Soseki Natsume. Okay, Soseki Natsume. Sound, what an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of a haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. What is that? I don't know what that means. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were Among Us imposter? Sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery. Now this is beyond the pale! To suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No! I mean, I've had interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. But... Oh. But... Just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can't do it. No! What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That is my field, I'll tell you. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see.
Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here.
He kind of has like a voice like Pops from not Adventure Time, the regular show.
Yeah, I don't like this game.
Pops, just imagine them naked.
I don't like this game. No.
Have you guys seen that clip where Pops is on the phone and Rigby and Mordecai are like, Pops, get off the phone. We need to use the phone. And Pops is like,
I can't. I'm on hold for Joe Mama.
and then the phone's just like,
I'm on hold for Joe Mama. I tendered a blank piece of paper.
Should I do the one that I was doing, or should I go literally for Pop's regular time? What do you guys want? You can pick.
Joe Mama.
Regular time. Yeah, regular time. That's the show. You guys want regular time? I like regular time. Pops? Alright, let's go Pops.
I ordered a blank piece of paper. Wise words of whitewashi.
Must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes, yeah, so I'm often told.
I'm often like to be told, it seems. I like this guy. I am a fan of this guy. I'll just say. It's all about... I don't think... Listen, here's the thing, Olivia. I don't think I'm actually that good, but I do... Whatever role I decide on, I commit. Okay? If I'm gonna be Colonel, Lord of the Butt Cheeks in court, I'm gonna be Colonel, Lord of the Butt Cheeks. The clap of them. Like, I'm gonna go in. But it doesn't mean the impression's, like, actually that good, but I'm gonna fucking go send it. If it's hype, I send it. That's the rule. Could you perhaps tell us exactly who you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder!
Murder?
Oh, no, no, it's not alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she?
Clapper of ass. Colonel, Lord of the Butt Cheeks, clapper of ass, harbinger of farts.
But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes!
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Wait, really?
I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse. The curse of London. It's incredibly, and excuse me, irritatingly inconvenient.
So Soseki said it was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. Alright, what do you got for me? Tell me about the case. What happened?
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear. It started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books. I was on my way back to the accursed lodgings.
Sure the bookshop wasn't a curse too?
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I couldn't make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, just as I went to overtake her.
Babamo! Baba Booey.
She suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet.
How terrible.
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my little legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. She didn't die. She didn't die. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Saseki-san, was the victim of an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! You think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman, unknown to Saseki-san. Okay. At the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Yeah. What's a conundrum? Conundrum. What's up, Char? Did I play Bowser's Fury? I did not. I heard it's really good, though. What do you mean, Sasato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Saseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and yet there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! Okay, no, but if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Perhaps I pressed that thought a little loudly. He must be muttering to himself or something. I don't even know. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Saseki-san actually come to be arrested? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, if he got away unscathed without anyone noticing, how did anyone know it was him? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. But how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, she's right. It was him. The accursed great detective. He led the police to me. About bad luck. Accursed great detective. Uh-oh. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Sherlock Holmes. I knew it. He returns. Mr. Sholmes. Sherlock Holmes. I like the pronunciation here. Well, didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. Just the morning after the nightmare had unfolded upon the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police. Put the weapon down. I didn't have a weapon to hand. Cheese. It's cheese. I didn't have a weapon. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. It was cheese. Disgusting dietary discrimination. Devils. You had a trying morning yesterday. There he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. London? Joe Mama. Also, hi, dog. Leg? No, not yet. Not yet. When Leg comes, I will deliver. The great detective is very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman? Me, the weak, stupid kid. Stooped? I am the weak, stupid kitten of a man? Stooped. Okay, it's stooped. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholm's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, you see, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling. They kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flabber. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. That's an Ace Attorney 4, 5, 6 reference for you all. Apollo Justice is doing fine! Where's Soseki from? He's from Japan. Yes, I do! And no, I am not. The next thing I knew, I was in medicals, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Sir? Sir? Oh, yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Uh-oh. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, it's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why would you say that? For the same reason you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, so I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks though I must be the culprit. Must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, not someone to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half what's being said anyway. Uh-oh, that's awful. They're wrong! I study more English than half the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world and learned about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Yes, sir.
You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through.
Soseki-san, it's just that... Oh. He's getting all sad. He's like, who's there? Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being.
What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone, waiting for you. Local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
We should be going then, Mr. Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Briar Road. Where's my father? Where's my dad? Boogie Woogie Woogie, aka Herlock Sholmes. 19th February, Briar Road. British, Daily News, the Metropolitan William Robbins, pee poo poo. This is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Stabby. Look at that regulation metal helmet, it's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They must be investigating as we speak. Snowman. I like the snowman. That's their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the great adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. A real Bobby? What, the helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true.
Ow! What's the Japanese delegation doing here, huh?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This is not a tourist trail, I'm sure you're far well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been holding cells then? What did you make of the criminal?
Oh, I forgot to do it.
Hello, Mario.
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will, doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Alright. What do you got for me, bucko? Tell me about Scotland's Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard, the most sophisticated Ballyston organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
Not a chance.
It does make them look the part, seeing the policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Yes, he will. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
You know, London Bobby is outgoing, I can tell ya.
Oh really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does. Goes around and rouses all the laborers in his beat so they can get off to work.
What, he wakes people up?
Yup, raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself, go back a bit.
I had no idea.
But Bobby works for these people in town. Just another one of his duties. Duties.
Hello, Mario.
After he said that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long.
Okay, I'm like, I just keep, this is not, okay, we've moved away from the Brooklyn accent. I could go back, I don't know.
You have to cover 20 miles a day, that's regulation distance.
I don't know, I'll just, whatever comes to my head, that's what I'm doing. I can't really imagine how far it is, but sometimes it's like, it's like a long way, it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Ooh, that's probably going to be a clue later. Because there was a gas lamp outside. Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yeah. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But I don't think you want to do that now. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. That's funny. Not the case. Can I put Hojo on bat? What happened? What is going on? Only briefly, but yes, Ollie. You can.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there in that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in a hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find much about her at all.
No statement from her? Uh-oh.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
You can take it if you want. I'm Mario.
Oh, I'm just trying to picture this guy with the Mario Super Show voice as well.
It's yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
Can't give waivers. Oh, yeah. I temporarily removed that, Ollie. Do you want it back? Do I need to stop the stream for you, Ollie? Is this what you want? I think that's what you want. I think it's what Ollie wants. He wants it. I can tell he wants it. No, it's for you, Ollie. It's for you. It's for you, Ollie. There you go, buddy. Yeah, you're epic, Ollie. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We'll graciously accept her, whatever she said. I don't know. Because you're epic.
Anyway, as far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim of your fellow countrymen. So who did it, you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How? Because,
ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What?
We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less.
What? How? No, you don't.
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see him.
There are witnesses now? No, there weren't. You're lying. You're lying. Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
You know who I sound like? I sound like... This guy is like... He sounds like a Pianta from Super Mario Sunshine in that one scene where Mario's in court. You guys know that scene?
The truth is, Mario will have to clean up this entire island.
You guys know the scene I'm talking about, right? Mario's... Okay, so Mario comes to the island. He lands on the island. And Mario goes to jail. And you have to break him out of jail. And he goes to court. And Princess Peach says objection in it. The connection, you say objection in this game. And the Pianta lawyer is like...
The truth is, Mario cannot be let to run around.
Mario goes to jail. That's all you need to know, Alicia. He's a copper from...
He's a copper from young Scotland Yard.
Ah. A policeman? That might change things. Okay, so I've switched from Brooklyn accent to the Pianta. This guy's voice is now the Pianta courtroom Pianta.
The defendant is clearly guilty.
And this policeman just happened to be there in the exact moment the woman was attacked.
Nothing peculiar about it, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions?
No! Be my guest. You can ask him what you like in court tomorrow.
Oh,
I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. That gives you something to look forward to.
that's that then. He got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Yeah. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect, I heard that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What about it? What are you bringing him up for?
Uh-oh. Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Which cheeks? Tomorrow's trial.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you gonna defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bale, you mean?
There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying.
Hello, Mario.
It's all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals? Does master criminal imply the existence of an apprentice criminal? A junior criminal? Professional criminal? Well, those exist, for sure. The violent ones.
That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely?
That's just my point, sunshine. Yeah, yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness?
The Lord of Darkness, Mario.
You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
We're gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it?
Colonel, I'm the Lord of Darkness. My ass cheeks are so fat they blocked out the entire sun, which is why they call me the Lord of Darkness.
Grayson.
Who'd you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle!
Huh?
The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, Baba Booey claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to the Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gabble! Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes. That's Rance Magazine. A wonderful publication of which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, seems to fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detectives makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all.
Death. Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at the Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
Okay. That can't really be true, can it? No. It's not true. Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Okay. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Snowman, let's go interview him. Mr. Naruto, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Who? Herlock? By him, do you mean Daddy?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. You just want to touch his hair or something, Sasato. I see through you. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Yes, it is. The trouble is, we have no idea the man's address even. So how? It's Baker Street. How do you know that? He read the book, or she read the book. It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Sasato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. My father is.
I am ready.
I need to give someone a Kermit the Frog voice.
I am ready. Kermit the Frog here.
Oh, cutscene. Does Daddy get his own cutscene? No way. Ooh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's just up there overlooking the street.
You're
Good day.
welcome.
Thanks again.
Sword. Hey.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Yeah. He lives in quite the house. It looks like. That's cool. I was not expecting a cutscene there, but I like that. We're probably going to run into Iris, actually. At least first. Let's see. 19th February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes Suite. Oh, well, you don't know her yet, but I do. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Hello? Oh. Is this described in the stories, Miss... Is it as described in the stories, Miss Sasato? Sasato-san? She really likes this. Many, many famous cases have been solved in here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about this as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruto? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind... Rotate. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's soaking. She's obsessed. She's having a good time. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hey, there she is.
Hello! It's a big new case for Mr. Sholmes.
Hello. Oh, wait. Wait, aren't you?
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see that girl who's just in here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The what? The King of Bowaria?
King Wilhelm Gostrich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. Girl.
The tea's brewed.
Okay, what should I do for her voice?
And I have freshly baked cake as well.
Ah, it's you. Kermit. It's me, Kermit the Frog. I'm not doing Kermit for the little girl. Ah, there you are. Ooh.
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of my own experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Miss Piggy! I can't do Miss Piggy. I can only do Kermit the Frog.
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. Don't do Kermit the Frog? What's wrong, Ollie? What's wrong?
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
I'll just do a light British accent. It's easy. I think she's gonna be a character that is has a significant role in this case, so I don't want to go doki doki. On the main characters, if you have noticed, Ryunosuke and Sasato, I don't really even give them voices. Sometimes I'll give Sasato a slightly lighter voice, but I don't want to give them voices because if I give them voices, I will die. I need some text that I can read normally. Or kind of normally.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Yes. Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor.
Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance?
Oh, you know Early, do you?
Early? Early? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see.
Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Bro.
She's the murderer. Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
It's time for Iris Wilson's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Ah!
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I?
Oh.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Did you say your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Sasato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sasato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you.
Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Sussy and Runo? Sussy and Runo? She said the funny word. It wasn't even me that time. And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Alright. What do you got for me, Iris? It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it, at the Old Bailey? Should I get... I don't know. I haven't... I don't... My little girl voice in a British accent is not exactly very good. Let's just say that. Should I... Let's try to brainstorm here. Let's put it in the old Nico machine. Let's put it in the old Nico bingo of... bingo ball roller of voices. Let's see what comes out.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
No, that's not good. Not that one.
Hey, Peter! Yes, that's right. You have so helpful. Thanks very much. Hey, Lois.
I can't do a Peter Griffin. I like this song, though. It's kind of bumping.
Yes, that's right. Oh, Peter. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
I can't do... I'm not doing Family Guy, Ollie. We're literally in 19th century Japan, Ollie. You're falling into you're being a victim of your own biases, Ollie. You're becoming fruits of your own tree. Joe Biden. You want Joe Biden to be the voice of Iris Wilson. Daughter, I assume, of the famous Dr. Wilson. Joe Biden, Ollie? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, Bernie Sanders, that kind of already is the detectives theme a little bit.
Because it's like the top 1% stealing all our strikes.
Remember the bowling clip?
The top 1% of America gobbling all the glizzies. Not anymore.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
I don't know, do you guys like that? I cannot think of anything else for her, and I assume she's gonna have a lot of lines. Oh, not at all. I'm sure we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Gun.
Like this. Glut, 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 glut.
I'm like reenacting cartoon sound effects right now.
Glut, 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 glut.
I think back now, you left with Mr. Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Or Miss Lestrade. Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to the trial-disrupting, gun-like contraption?
Exactly! So I followed her, you see, to get her back. Perhaps I should think about a fitting self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl's dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusted technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes, we live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Oh, let's just call him, let's just say, Herlock's not her father, but he is her daddy.
But I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expletive.
They're very expensive.
So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates? You're 10. Oh my god, they were roommates. Ollie. And they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? She's like 10. Okay, yeah. 10 at last this year! Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. What's the story? I wonder what the story is there. Well, I wonder. The victim in the first case was named Dr. Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, sussy. Sussy baka. Go ahead, sussy baka. You're such a sussy baka. You sussy baka. You're such a sussy baka. I'm a very great fan of The Adventure of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rance magazine! Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world! My stories? That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up my manuscript for the next issue before you came. So rudely interrupted. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar, because it's the actual title of the story in real life. Of course, I always change one or two details in the story, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake may not be a credible fit for facts in the case exactly, but... It's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? Sure. So do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine all written by me? Yes! Oh, my wonderful and very modern, oh baby! All written by me, yes, on my wonderful and lovely, very modern typewriter. But about the stories of all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, by Dr. John H. Wilson. Sato-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me! I'm John! I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor, the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too, I'm a doctor of medicine! No, at 10 years old? Yeah, are you a doctor of, like, the medicine that, like, Iris makes, that she goes to, like, McDonald's and she gets her, like, cup, and she fills up the soda with every kind of soda, and she's... and that's her, like, medicine. It'll cure any disease. McDonald's is in Japan. Okay, she goes to her latest fish and chips dispensary, and she gets her soft drink beverage, and she fills up every soft drink, mixes them all together, makes a special brew, and that's her medicine. At 10 years old? At 10 years old! Well, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes! I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. Yeah, it does. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Sasato-san, she looks like her whole world is just falling apart. Your deductions just now. About before. Yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me! How do you know? How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we'd have a difficult trial tomorrow. How'd you know all of that? She's a gamer. She's already played the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, you guys. She knows everything. She's a gamer. Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain in every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Oh. Oh my, she really is a gamer. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Hey. Oh my god, alright. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. You have your armband. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How'd you know that? Your ticket. I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So it was reason to be confident you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. Wait, what? Does Sussy have a tattoo? I never noticed. Does Sussy have a tattoo? What's that? Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Oh, it's just a red ink stamp. Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Sussy's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. Oh, I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus the Gilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial was tomorrow? Hurley! Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been... Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. I think your outfit is called a kimono. Isn't it, Sussy? But anyway, it was clear to me you both came from Japan yourselves. But put two and two together and decide you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there's only one conclusion the facts could lead me to. Oopsies. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. She's a genius. She's a doctor, she's a gamer, she's a story writer, and she's a deducer. She's everything. There's a note in the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley always is always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know. He is silly. He's a silly boy. Hurley's so silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. I didn't get just deduced. I got Baba boost, if you will. Baba booist. Yeah, can you go to trial tomorrow, Iris? Like, Jesus. Can you just, like, cop along with us and just, like, whisper the answer in our ear? Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. Wait. You don't think... No. This isn't possible. Okay, maybe it is. You don't think that she's just like the ghost detective? Like a ghost writer for songs? She's the ghost detective for Holmes, and Holmes just has no idea what he's doing. And Iris is just figuring it out all by herself and telling him. Because on that boat, Holmes' deductions were not exactly something of art. He was very observant, but his deductions were terrible. He managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying early style for that.
This is really very good news. You can tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris?
Please.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, as you were saying.
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
I almost read it as stupid again. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Saseki-san said that he didn't see anyone else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course he did, he's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly.
Hurley always says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible! Why would you do that? I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Saseki-san. Okay, now what? Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun.
You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at this moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well.
Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Well, the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, Mr. Nuts? Hurley said he was going to the old man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. He's the Pianta from Mario Sunshine.
Oh, goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this for me, would you? You do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered into the court record. Bump, bump, bump. So sec on these nuts, Ollie. Are you doing all right? So sec on these nuts. Ah, that's a classic. Reads to the gentleman. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, that would make this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Wow. So sec on these.
Good luck then. I'm returning to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon.
Well, we'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Wow. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So somewhat dubious that you could exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Alright.
To be continued.
I assume the investigation's half over, Ollie. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it'd probably be around half over. Okay, cool. That's a good. We're on good pace then. We are on good pace. So get done with the investigation tonight. I really hope we get to dance with Holmes, though. I assume we will. This case is supposed to take forever. Yeah, I looked at the length of this case, and it's an hour and a half longer than case 2, which was the previous longest one. So I'm splitting it up into 2 days, which should be around. It should be, if I do it in 2 days, it should be slightly shorter of a stream each time, than my previous streams. So my previous streams were like 5.5 hours. I think this stream will be like 4.5 probably, because we're gonna split it up into 2. We'll see. We will see. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Sussy. Perfect. Let's go find Inspector Gregson as quick as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Oh, there. Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario.
Converse. Hello, Mario. Give. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Wait, what did I do?
Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign godabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
For me, from her ladyship.
Her lady? What?
Give it here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? For me. What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee. That's what it is.
What? An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I've read them avidly.
Of course, here, I use my name without my say. So does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what do you mean? What do you want to know then, huh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. It says... Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Where's Hurley? Where's Hurley? We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Nasumi's lodgings.
The little knife-wielded mustached Japanese fella. He lives in a right old hovel just over there, look.
Ooh. On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. Oh, he literally lives on the same, not on the same block, but like 50 feet away. That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the lordship is Mr. John Garadeb.
What? The landlord is the...
Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see him again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sent his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship!
Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen!
Queen Iris, apparently. British. Porridge. Fish and chips, rumblies. Croutons. Wiener. Glizzy gobbler. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then... Shall we go? We can see what we can find him in... Definitely. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong, Elysia? What's wrong? What's wrong? Okay, move. New location has been added. Ow! He made you use K-Shot for 6 hours? This is the fate you've been resigned to. British? What? British? Oh.
May I help you? May I help you?
That'll be her voice.
May I help you?
Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb?
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
One moment, please.
No.
1 moment, please.
I don't know what her voice should be.
1 moment.
No, I don't know. She has cheeks jiggle physics? Yeah. It's amazing. Power of technology.
1 moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb. Garrideb.
You see that, Mrs. Sato? There's a real-life English maid. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We only need to meet a butler. We only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Oh my gosh. British! That's Sasato when British people exist be like, British! Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way.
Oh. Hello, Moon Man. How are you today? Moon Man. Stinky Moon Man. I don't know what to do for this guy's voice because I don't really know his personality yet. Kermit, this guy. Okay, Ollie, I want you to think ahead, because you know these cases. Should I use Kermit here? Is Kermit worth it here? Or is there a better character to throw Kermit on? I think it'd be funny. Okay.
Good day to you. I am John Garrideb at your service. That was not a very good Kermit, but it will get better with time, I am sure.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few...
Skyrim?
I took a shot to the knee a few years back at the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but to withdraw from service handed down the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
Kermit the Frog here. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now. I can tell you, I don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor. Guys, these voices are killing me, but I'm not gonna stop. Really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. You think so? Yeah. Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just fodderall, really.
Didn't Kermit canonically cause 9/11? Twiler, we are in 19th century Japan. Need I remind you? This is not Joe Biden's America.
Wouldn't like to offend a general, though, so I begrudgingly displayed it on the wall.
Oh, we are in Britain now. Okay, yeah, sorry. You're right, Mercury. I'm sorry.
Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Joanne?
Is it Joan or Joanne? No, it's Joan.
The good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ow! You burnt my penis! You burnt my badonkers! I, Kermit the Frog, but if I'm a frog, I don't have penis.
Alright, just ignore me. I gotta stop talking. I gotta stop talking.
Dash it all, woman, be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You darling nearly took the skin off my hands.
Shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you wanted to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps bring peace here in Blighty. British! We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. This case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even has some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, that detective business.
But you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so...
Yeah, no, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
Well, he's in Soseki-san's room. We need to go there right now.
It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume.
Well, Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett. Please, do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then.
I have two lodgers most of the time. One at the ground floor and one just below us.
One on the ground floor and one just below us. So we're on the 3rd floor. Okay.
The first floor...
Or the, you know what I mean, 2nd floor, technically.
Ah! Damn it, Joe! Do be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
I'm almost doing like a potion seller voice for this girl.
Potion seller, I need your strongest potions if I'm to be successful in the battle. Potion seller, please. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Make the guy the potion seller and the maid the knight. Okay. Wait. So who's the potion seller? Okay, potion seller is the dude. You want the dude? You want me to switch from Kermit to... Hang on. We'll see. Oh, why?
He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's gonna do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Yes, oh yes, indeed, there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Shady lodger. I need the other guy to talk. Have you noticed anything else all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard.
Would you elaborate?
Well, take to the man's room.
Wait, what is the...
Potion seller. Well, take to the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he's never so much as passes the time of day with another living, and he never patches as much as, fat!
I don't know how to read, okay? I'm about to graduate college, I don't know how to read, okay?
And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. I've never known that Japanese fella to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah. He's a late boy. Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Nasumi's routine?
Oh!
I understood that neither of the lodgers on this floor of... I understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that not correct? Or is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us. On the first floor and street level.
You want that, Ollie? You want that instead of...
That's right, yes. They're both below us on the first floor and street level.
What do you want? You want the potion seller? You can't tell? What about anyone else? Anyone else listening? What do you want? And how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman.
That's almost like a colonel.
Be more careful, woman. Potion seller.
I don't know.
Potion seller.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. Incident 2 days ago. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window.
Yes, we noticed that window there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. Besides my potions.
How about you,
How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk already outside at that hour.
Swiler, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ring Fit Adventure at this hour? What's gotten into you?
With the fog as well, you'd think there have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see. At this time of year, this hour. You notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Yeah, they're not giving much details.
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well.
Well, I kind of like Kermit better for this guy. I'm gonna be honest. Was there something then?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around that sort of time, yes, there are! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing!
Oh, if she were Miss Piggy, though.
Yes, Kermit. Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruhalo.
Oh, yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory. As far as I can remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Joe! Dash it all! What's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Oh.
They're hiding something. They're hiding.
Why are they hiding this? Oh, have you seen those TikToks with the audio? Where it's like,
And this is democracy manifest. And get your hands off my penis!
have you seen? Does anyone know what I'm talking about when I say that? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
This is democracy manifest. And get your hands off my penis!
It's like I'll if I find one, I'll send it to you. It's really funny.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. John? That's right, Mr. Garridem.
What's the matter with these two? Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Mr. Natsume's room. Can I see my dad now? Woogie, woogie, woogie! Did you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly, he's on the bottom floor. Oh, no, he's on the first floor. Never mind.
Why, certainly, he's on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak?
Yes, told me that's his name. I had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
So Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services. That's a blatant lie. Yeah, he definitely lied. Holmes lied to get in. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean?
Don't see why not. Just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. I get to see my father. Boogie woogie. We need all the clues we can to lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Yeah! 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 New location. Yeah! Is he gonna be on the wall? Uh-oh.
Goblin! There's a goblin in the room. No, Ollie, a goblin. Hello, goblin.
What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Oh, that look. We're gonna turn to the right and see like Sholmes cheek naked, and it's just be like, Naruhodo, we need to leave. Renosuke, we need to get out of here. I don't think this detective is as smart as we thought he was. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Oh, okay, so there are no cheeks. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Brick window? Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. Why? So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. With Goblin. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Have you? No, I'm scared. I'm very scared. He's gonna like pop out of the books and be like, "Hello, Mr. Naruhodo." But that's true. But according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, Great Detective should be around here somewhere, investigating. Uh-oh. We're gonna turn the camera, and he's just gonna be fucking twerking. Up and down. Oh god. Oh god, I'm really scared. No? Not here? Ah, he's not here. Goblin. Hello, Goblin. Oh, Goblin. Hello. Hello. Gone. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. He's the guardian of the library. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? What? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought that little creature with him from Japan. That cat is gonna prove something at some point. Because if that's a very special cat, they're gonna be like, it could have been any cat that did XYZ. And they'll be like, no, it was this cat, because there's only one of this cat in Britain. That made me feel homesick now. Already, we've only been in the country for 2 days. Okay. Hello, Goblin. Other Goblin. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Daruma doll? What's that? Well, it can be dangerous. It can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Oh, Daruma. Daruma. You guys know the Pokemon Darumaka? Darumaka is based off of a Daruma. I do know what that is. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Because you're such a sussy baka. You sussy baka, you're such a sussy. Look at all these books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books in hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Yeah, probably. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. Hey! I certainly didn't expect this conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Yeah, well, it did. Window! Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. It's really just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on a fit of whimsy. In a fit of whimsy. God, dude, when I get in a fit of whimsy, you don't want to, like, I'm a rascal. I am a hooligan. When I'm feeling rather getting in I call up my friends. I'm like, yo, we're getting in a fit of whimsy tonight. And then we hit the town. We go to the nearest Applebee's and we feast like kings. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. What else? Book. Big book. What was he writing? That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides of these surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? Clifford the Big Red Dog. It's a receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books. Your books? Okay. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. You must have been this way back from buying some books. Secondhand book was added to the court record. Okay. You deserve book solid because you're epic. Hello, handbag. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Oh. Trash? Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the waste basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. Yeah. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Okay. What else is around here? We already did all this. Oh, there's something there. What's this? There appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. Merry-go-round. The carousel goes up and goes down. The carousel goes up and goes down. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Oh, you don't count. Because you already know. I told you about this. Anybody watching My Hero Season 5? The anime opening for My Hero Academia Season 5. The lines, and I quote, are, "The carousel goes up and goes down. The carousel goes up and goes down. Merry-go-round, round and around. Whatever the words are after this, I don't know. I just don't know." A gas meter? Yes, it seems this is a piped gas. It seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London's a scary place. Teapot? Epic capitalism moment. Yes, sir. So we meet again. So we meet again. My star-strucken book reading mound of a man. Hello, father. Hello, Mario. Ah, look, Mr. Naruto. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, you two! Great day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage?
It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us.
Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. I want to be remembered vaguely. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue! I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic.
His brain attic?
My brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Miss Sasato. Mr. Sasato.
That's right. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose the first round.
How you doing, bud? What's up with you? Where did you put that pipe? Like, you just had a pipe and then you just went... Did you just put that up your butt? Because, like, that was way too quick to put that away.
In truth, I hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
They apprehended Sasaki-san in that short amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of the past involvements a little.
A little?
British? It was a mistake to think that one brain attic has elastic walls can descend to any extent.
Dude, this is what I tell everybody. I'm like, bro, you're studying for that test, your brain attic can't contain that. It's not elastic enough. You gotta stretch it out slowly. If you don't stretch it out slowly, you can't. It's not elastic enough. Your brain attic.
I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own good words of inimitable wisdom, you know. From an adventure titled A Study in Scarlet.
Please, there's no need to quote yourself.
Don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Converse. Mr. Natsumi's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sasaki Natsumi. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. The stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
Mr. Natsumi denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea of what you mean.
What? I can't believe he was looking Sasato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you I'm not merely feigning ignorance.
You read my mind.
It appears that the pair of you are under some misapprehension. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh? How?
I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of the crime.
That doesn't make sense.
The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
Ah, a man seen fleeing.
There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. While speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say, my dear Naruhodo? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere for the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsumi is the culprit, then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Bibliophily? Bibliophily cheesesteak.
I don't know. Sorry. Just ignore me, dude.
Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear. Mr. Garadeb the landlord. Kermit the Frog.
Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I'd ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny.
I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken of their social standing, sorry.
Sasato is literally not afraid of anything, and she's like insanely smart and respectful. Which, no offense to the other Ace Attorney assistants in the series, but they're usually lacking in at least one category.
But simply, my dear fellow.
Maya's dumb as hell? Yeah, I know. I'm aware, Ollie.
Those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Emma's smart as hell, but only appears for one case. No, she appears for... Let me count. Oh god, she's in Spirit of Justice too. A lot. And she's in the Investigations games. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not really a spoiler. But she's in Investigations. Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance.
I had no idea.
It is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs.
Specifically,
the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb.
Oh?
Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I'm unable to yet ascertain.
I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. The dingy room. Tell me all about it.
This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
But sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here. How about this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes? Why is there no longer a window? You have any idea?
British! No window!
Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. It's just bricked. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Probably to keep out the cold.
Oh, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax.
Window tax? What? Window tax? What? Window? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. It couldn't be.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up.
Oh, that's so stupid. No, I know. I figured that this was a real thing because the people who localized the game were talking about how they made it as authentic to real world events as possible while still being stupid Ace Attorney at the same time. Well, the rich open
windows here, there and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. British!
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 4 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. In squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
I suppose Mr. Natsumi's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps.
It would appear so. I've done a little digging. And discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price.
Oh, okay. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago.
Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here. No matter not worthy of further attention.
You sure? I'm curious now. British.
Well, I believe I've told you all I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
He remembers. Hey. So he's not a goofy goober. He's a goober, but he's not a goofy goober.
We perhaps be offering your services to this very matter, I wonder. To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure? On what grounds?
Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on ambition realized. And so promptly, too.
And the thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence?
Yes, trust.
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Uh-oh.
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea!
Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Oh, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. There are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them.
Oh, I see.
Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same men commit the crime. That's all I can say.
That's not good.
Oh, and one more thing.
Oh. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owned this property is hiding something.
Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
Anyways, at present, that is really all that plays on in my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Oh, that you haven't. Yeah. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrett's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Pee-Pee-Poo-Poo.
He's a busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Wait, is he actually over there? There he is. Hey, buddy. I really like how he enters all these scenes. He always enters. He never enters. He's never there when you first open up an area. You have to scroll in the area to see him always. He's always in a pose off screen. Okay, Gyarados' room.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, why does he have a cannon? What the heck? I never realized that. Behind my head, there's literally a cannon. Like military shit.
Why, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan.
It's Bill.
Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! Get your hands off my— For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're barley while doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave. Would you be so kind?
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
Goodbye. Goodbye forever. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gyarados is hiding something. And since no other... Oh, I got the yawns. Ollie, stinky, stinky. Ollie, very stinky. Ooh. I got me. Smelly, stinky. Now other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment. Perhaps we should do some digging. What does that mean? What's going on to the right of the screen? Well, we're gonna find out. That's what I was about to do. Oh. Hey, bud, how'd you get up there? Let's go. Gotta explain. How did you get up here? My man, how did you get up here? Ah, what's he doing over there? What are you doing? Mr. Sholmes?
Ha! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! Good gracious! Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Humph. Well,
Keeping an eye at one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do here in London, I'm gathering.
one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Logic and reasoning spectacular.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Hey! Are we gonna do a reasoning? The theme of deduction? Are we gonna dance? You don't mean, Mr. Sholmes.
There's a mighty secret in this modest room. I see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo.
I think so.
There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Gyarados, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. Kermit the Frog. I'm afraid, sir, this is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by carefully observing your living arrangements.
I beg your pardon?
The first is that even as we speak, you're concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. What?
No!
And second, is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
The maid. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions both spot on.
How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. We're in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning. I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Hey, the great deduction.
The game is afoot.
Nature of the beast. Nature of the beast.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. A fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late with these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take?
Oh, he looked at it. He looked at it. What did he look at?
Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid.
It's gonna be Natsumi's cat, isn't it? It's gonna be Natsumi's cat. I guarantee it's gonna be the goblin. Just going bonkers.
Your furtive glance, Mr. Gardev, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue.
Yes, a lion ran through here, Sholmes. That's what happened.
Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is it, Piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What?
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame!
Ooh.
me?
This man had a lion, yeah.
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
I thought it was zooming into her ass, and I was like,
You have a dump truck! My dear maid! You have a dumper and a half! Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
she ate the lion.
But protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Oh my god, there actually is a lion on it.
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Geradev. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I've observed the tents. You sold this savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I've made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through the ring of fire.
A rampaging Asiatic lion? What does that mean? Topic 2. Aftermath. Just aftermath. Aftermath.
Now, Mr. Geradev, it's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head
weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm.
Oh. So he got hurt somewhere. Did he get burned? Spilled on? Arrow to the knee? Asiatic? Something like that, Ken. You're probably right. Hi, Ken.
Amid the fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. I simply...
But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain.
It's the maid, maybe. Is the maid the beast? No. The fuck is the beast? Get that off the screen! Get it out of here! Get it out of here, all.
And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Ooh. Yes, a pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment.
Ah! This is a fucking power pose right here. Jesus. Oh my god.
Cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yes, well...
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
unimaginable?
Oh.
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst?
Is that a Kermit voice? Yeah, he's Kermit.
This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me.
She's only got one eye open.
Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed.
Cake.
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes.
Yes, the Tower of Cakes, Shom. You're doing great.
There's no creature more dangerous on Earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite.
Everybody knows this. Have you seen me before I've had lunch? I could kill a man.
Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? What?
What? Okay.
Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm not sure I need to spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by this beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Walked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet.
That's what I was thinking. I was just about to say that, Holmes.
The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India.
Dude, he's got a point. I'm just saying. He's kind of smart. Me and the bestie. I'm gonna pull up that image. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Me and the bestie.
I can't stand his dumb ass.
Here, hang on, guys. Let me find an image for you. This is very important. It's very relevant, too. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I sent it to you. But, like, a long time ago. Not a long time ago. But I don't know where it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. hang on. Let me set this up. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, I promise. Bitches be like, I can't stand his dumb ass. 10 minutes later, me and the bestie. Like right now, we're all just like, I cannot stand your stupid ass. And in 10 minutes from now, we're going to be like, yep, we're going to be dancing together. We're going to be dancing like gamers. Gamers in heaven, baby. Your commitment to the maid's voice is astounding. Well, I'm trying to do Miss Piggy for her, but I'm really bad at it, and they kind of both sound like Kermit.
What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding water all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over.
Runneth over?
Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh!
Mr. Sholm, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again?
Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth is all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense.
Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt or worse. I mean, I guarantee it was the cat running through here. I'm 100% sure. The cat just, like, went apeshit. And he got, like, scratched or something, I don't know.
Ah, that's where you are stuck.
So it kind of was a lion in a way, just not... It was a large cat, just not a lion.
No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
Just shoot the lion. I thought that you said that they sold the lion to the circus. What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Miss Sasato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
I mean, he's right. I mean, that still stands today. If you go to Britain, you're immediately like, British! And then you got a cup of tea in your hand instantly. It's crazy. What a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholm's deductions need.
You can do it. Run it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
You don't even know yet whether this is going to help with Mr. Natsumi's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Ooh, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Nature of the beast, a rampaging lion.
Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. A fearsome beast has been on the rampage as of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your flight of glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer.
I don't think that's the answer, sadly.
The true nature of this beast.
I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India, so what was it then? It was Donkey Kong. We must follow Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Okay. Oh. Photograph frame. Ooh. Whoa, what's that back there? Mortar shells. Well, I don't know what's in this photographic frame, but let's take a peek. Whoa! What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. Now, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Okay. Let's just take a peek around real quick. I don't think it's any... I don't know. I don't see much else. It's not the mortar shell. I know that. There's got to be something in that picture. They wouldn't have written that picture if it wasn't that. And I don't see anything besides mortar shells, so, you know. Well, I don't see anything in this picture besides the newlywed. So let's run it. Run it and gun it, baby.
Take that!
That it? No way. Okay. The true nature of this beast has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride.
Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit.
You just said it was a lion.
Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Geridem. And while we will lament in the fact that her face is obscured,
We can still make out her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. The considerable horsepower. Did they measure things in horsepower at this point in history? Isn't that like a... That's not a thing yet, right? I don't know. What is a horsepower? I don't know. Is it one horse? I don't freaking know. Oh,
indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast.
I don't know about that. Honored might be stretching a point.
Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which has so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Geridem. Chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame? Me? Pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. They're just roasting the crap out of her. Also, I like how in every single one of these scenes, I am literally just like Ryunosuke's face. I'm just his head. Like, it's just me. I'm just perfectly here. You know? I don't know about fragile. Of course. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Geridem anywhere. It seems there may be a clue to her clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. Ooh. I wonder where Mr. Geridem's wife could be. Maid. Is that the answer? Oh. Oh, it's hot in here, or is this just me? Excuse me. Okay, is it just literally just the maid? Teapot! Oh. Hey! Nico man, he found
the secret that was hiding. I found it. I found it. I won. I won the secret. The secret I found.
Hey. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gave you away. For it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Geridem's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are...
Oh, no. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid.
No. You are Mr. Geridem's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Geridem herself.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my word!
You know, I really want to go back to doing Natsume's voice. I really like doing his voice because it doesn't stress out my vocal cords and he goes hard. So I want to see that man again.
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. You rightly surmise this is my wife, yes, Miss my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally cork. Oh!
It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, and yet you are in the business of renting out homes. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct?
It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? Like, golly, the thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ.
Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly.
You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Second lieutenant is literally one step above private. He's doing great. He's doing great.
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb?
Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret.
Why?
Tip-top secret, please! Kermit's got a gun. I'm warning you. I'm Kermit the Frog and I have a gun. The raging wife of Mr. Garadeb has a gun!
Aftermath. Topic 2. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Okay. Did she eat the carpet?
Now, Mr. Garadeb, it is plainly clear that you still have a deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that supporting arm.
So he's hurt somewhere else. You don't like that, Doc? Why not? Mr. Holmes is quite something. He's calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garadeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. His head? Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Well, let's look. He's got something on his... Oh, no, not the maid. Slapped cheek? I saw this on him earlier. He has a slapped cheek. I mean, I'm sure he's down to have a slapped cheek. This wasn't the right cheek. Maybe they were trying to revive their marriage. And his wife misunderstood his request. Okay.
Take that!
Mr. Garadeb, you're freaky. You're a freaky man.
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulder. The pain you feel being revealed to you by that slapped cheek. That's a giant handprint. That is huge.
And of course, the deliverer of that most impressive mark on your cheek refuses to fade. Was you, Madam Joan Garadeb?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir.
Arr!
He's trying to hide, but the slap of his ass cheeks reveal all the secrets. Colonel. Colonel.
He's in the army, so it would make sense.
Howdy blazes, how'd you work that out, man?
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow.
He's looking at me. He really is. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. I actually did notice it when he got spilled on. I was like, the other side of your face is red.
Well,
Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum.
Why were you subjected to such a violent slap?
Oh, he's looking at something. The note.
Oh, in other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrett to fly in rage.
Money. He's out of money or something.
We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrett's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo! Jeez, well, yes. She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bookmark. Hey! Secret. Geese. Ah, someone must be reading the book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh. Another woman was clapping his cheeks.
Colonel, I'm trying to have my cheeks clapped, but my wife heard them clapping from across the house. They're so loud.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Sasato. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Scandalous. It was like scandalous in this era to show like calf muscle, wasn't it? Or like ankle? Was it still scandalous to show ankle? Like this must have been hot and steamy back in the 1890s. This bookmark is actually a love note then. Love note. Probably. Hey. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love...
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here.
Ollie, that's the line that Phoenix used, that you were like, what? There's a fly in the ointment. What does that mean, though? What is fly in the ointment?
What? You don't know the Valley Woman?
You don't know her?
That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
Is your name James?
Was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying.
So she's doing that on purpose. The whole time she's pouring his tea too hot. A likely story.
Now listen here, Joan. Old thing, I'll explain. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there.
The previous owner of the book was using a note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right. That's what I've been trying to say. Oh!
Unlikely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Ah!
Unlikely story.
Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you shall unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite.
Your name is John Woman? What, Ollie, are you talking about? John Woman? That's a cool-ass name.
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable act.
Unimaginable?
The
the aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over here. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. Yes, the Tower of Cakes. That'll do it. The Tower of Cake.
When I'm on a sugar rush, I go crazy. I'm like that one hero from My Hero Academia, where his entire quirk is he eats sugar and he's like crazy strong. That's me. Or that's this woman. And me too. You should see me after one Pop-Tart, dude. Let's just say you're in the same room as me. Lights out, okay? You better you're done. After one Pop-Tart, you better watch out. But surely Mr. Carib didn't eat the carpet. I don't know, man. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So that this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. All right, let's see what we can see. Yes. Okay, so what's the thing? To explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at not the circus, cutlery, candlestick. I mean, it probably would just be this candlestick. Let's observe it. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. I did. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? Did it catch on fire down there? Oh, it's down there. Hello. Hello. Hey, bud. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh, yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the more normal sense at all. It was eaten by fire. Colonel. Baba Booey! Take that! Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow! And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Candle. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give away the truth. Scorch marks? It appears that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, The most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion or a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is only but one conclusion here. Me and the bestie. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Bitches be like, I can't stand his dumb ass. 10 minutes later, me and the bestie. Me and the bestie. Oh, he's standing. Hello, bud. How you doing?
Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Did we kill him? Oh no, she caught him. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Hey. Elementary. Deduction complete. Elementary! Yes, sir. Yes, verily, ergo.
It's these dashed long winter nights you know nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be closer to the mark. And Beast is most certainly Abdel!
Here we go again. And the carpet... Was that destroyed by the fire when the candle fell onto the floor?
Where you say it was. It happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old Styx rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining.
That's sympathy for you, yeah. I was gonna say, you just wanted to watch.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide this mess behind that screen for the time being.
Screen. Over here, Mr. Garrett.
We have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
What's behind the screen? Phoenix, right? Oh.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Kermit the Frog here. And the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
It was I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Oh yes! Your notorious love of big cats is coming through again.
I assure you, the title does not influence my choice in the slightest.
The poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions are not to be correct once again. He's crazy like that. We only have 3 pieces of evidence. This is... okay. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere in the old sticking full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
Ooh, so at exactly the same time, the terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
They're more terrifying on the outside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty would have been flattened outside of my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Well,
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrett's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man had been hiding something, I cannot be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
Relevance. I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you must not lose your heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into only two categories: those relevant to the case and those not.
Yes. That makes no sense. That is literally makes the only thing that he said that makes sense for Inosuke.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at this prison will soon be over.
Oh, the prison. Is it that time already? Oh gosh, he's right. If we're to accept Mr. Natsumi's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time. Sasaki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Alright, yeah, now we get to go talk to Soseki Daddy. My favorite man, aka Pops, from Regular Show. Pops Regular Show, my favorite. Oh, I accidentally went here. I went to the wrong place, it looks like. It's time, Mr. Naruto, we must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house. What? Is it Holmes? Or Sholmes? What the? Who the hell is this? What the hell? What am I looking at right now? What the? Okay. How do I have no idea what voice to give this guy. No, Wally, no you didn't. Don't lie to me. I know thee not. I'm just gonna give him a regular voice until I decide what his personality is. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. What?
Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking nibbly-pibbly?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Oh, yeah, Horatio fella, eh? What are you all about?
Excuse me.
Yeah, what the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, I just looked as though there might be some kind of problem here. Me and my associate here, Mr. Ryanosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Yeah, a lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Ugh. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. Popeye looking ass. This ain't over yet.
Get thee to a nunnery?
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
Who are you? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garrideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrideb mentioned that they had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsumi. A more worthy polemist in my battle of words ne'er there could be. Or could there be? Oh, so he's like a Shakespeare, speaker. Well, I don't know how to do... What's a Shakespeare voice? I don't know. Sorry, battle, did you say? William Shakespeare, more like William Fakespeare. Ha! Ha! It was stronger Hamlet or Macbeth. Mr. Natsumi and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsumi and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well! Goodbye. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsumi, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrideb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyways, I'll go find a carriage. A carriage? I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Okay, so we literally have no evidence at all. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We're so happy to, we're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. No, think nothing of it. Relax! If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese! Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Who? There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand...
Oh! It's through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least.
I feel as though we're very close to solving the case. We have one piece of evidence. We have the map. And we have the receipts that he, like, purchased them at a certain time. That's it, though. We have 2 pieces of evidence.
Such is my belief, at least.
Oh, Argus, it's you! The miserable rotten spy, Sherlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I've no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair,
I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring.
Gloomful room?
At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option.
So Seke is literally having a panic attack right now.
Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and it cost me not a penny.
How dare you, Sherlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should have never come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is damned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. His lodgings are cursed. There's a goblin. Goblin afoot.
And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words.
What?
Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. The man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't, Mr. Sherlock? Alright, let's talk to Pops. Yeah, it's Pops Adventure Man. Boy. Not Adventure Time. I keep saying Adventure Time for some reason. It's, regular show. Pops regular show. Come on, Pops, just imagine them naked. Okay. I don't like this game. Adventure show. Adventure Boy. Pops, we need to use the phone. 1 second, I'm on hold for Joe Mama. First trial. Mr. Natsume, what do you mean by that when what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away. That's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. It really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean?
Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words!
No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever.
I don't like this. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly.
Wait, was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. God damn it, Sholmes.
That was 16 words exactly.
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did.
Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zykes killed the man himself. No, that wouldn't make sense. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. I mean, I guess it's not totally out of the question, but I don't think he would. The clap of his ass cheeks is too loud.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry?
A man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Oh, of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however.
I just like his animations.
That the real truth about this man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper.
Van Zykes is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
No, that's good.
Oh, so he has lost. Saseki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. Well, he lost to us.
As you're no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. But any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on.
Yeah, that happened last trial.
By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
Sadly, from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's alright?
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zykes cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Although the adjudication may leave them to the courtroom they may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they are all disappear. It's most striking.
Disappear? But how?
He's just like totally having a meltdown over there.
Oh, by manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled on by a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into Thams and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman.
Oh, no.
Indicted. Bro, I can't read. I don't know how to read. How do I spell this word? It's highlighted in red right here. Or how do I spell this word right here? How do I spell this one in the middle? How do I say that? T. I don't know. That's too hard.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sato. Sasibaka.
Ah, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doomed.
When you said accursed lodgings before, you're referring to your room at Mr. Garrett Deb's house, I assume. You mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long, then.
Everywhere I looked were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I was starting to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most frequently to that room on Briar Road a few weeks ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, so it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it here in the first place."
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was true.
You mean the room truly is cursed then?
Ever since I moved to that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake as though I'm feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded as a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person. Just one person. If only there were one person who's dressed in all black who were on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? No one at all.
To believe. Yes, to believe. I believe you, dog. I believe you. To believe. Trust your client. Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, me Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what can I do for you?
It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall.
The Burya. Ah, yes, that case. The one with the snake.
Well, yes. At that time, there was a suspect. I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why. Why do you believe in me? Why'd you believe in me?
I see, yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow, found with the victim in a locked room.
Well, if you like, yes. Well, you could put it a different way, but yeah.
I'm a little surprised, but that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have had suspected me a little. Well,
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor that of which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
Okay. Oh yeah, me too. Well, what do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind when there's to be believed and what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. These circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust one another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Naruto Esquire.
Whether or not I believe in myself.
Oh, he's here. Hi, hello. Hi, Kazuma.
The defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Yeah, blah. Talking this much is hard for 4 hours. You were so right, Kazuma. Kazooie. Guh?
Ekum bokum.
Well, my dear fellows, it's time we're leaving, I believe. It's time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Sholmes invites you to eat trout. What do? Do you accept? A hearty trout with Herlock Sholmes. Do you accept? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Believe in yourself, Naruhodo. Believe. Mr. Natsumi. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Hey!
Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsumi, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, I will fight for your...
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. Oh, he's back.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsumi.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Hey. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backward. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Shome believes in me now, too. So it's time that I learn to believe in myself. Saseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Hey! Hey! Beautiful. I love that. Incredible. Incredible development. Well, guys, it's about 1 a.m., which is the time I was planning on ending anyways. That was a good investigation. I liked that. Especially the end there. I really like Mr. Natsumi. And I like how we're getting character development. Because there wasn't much of that in case 3. I like it too. I like it because Rinosuke is so nervous. He's kind of like doing what people tell him to do.
but he's got to be a gamer. You know what I'm saying? Got to be the gamer himself. He's the gamer boy. Who could be the gamer boy but him? No one. I don't even know. Okay. Well, bro, he defended a guilty man in his second case. Well, bro, listen. Yeah, okay. You know what, Ollie? Stinky? We're going to have to find out what happens on the next episode of Nikolai Anime. Look at me. And we look at each other. Probably. Air forehead! I am not Apollo. You are Apollo. I am not Apollo. I wish I could be Apollo. Apollo's kind of cool. Thank you for the follow, though. Air forehead. You move back into school tomorrow? I've been moved in to my school for like a long time. Because I live here and I never left. If you could be an Ace Attorney character, who would you be? I would be Wesley Stickler. Because I'm gonna graduate from college. And I like girls. Isn't that what is like his whole character trait? I don't remember actually. Is it safe to assume Rowlet's my favorite Pokemon, or do I have another one? Well, it'd be safe to assume that my favorite Pokemon's Rowlet, but you'd be wrong. But you can't bird up. Damn, he's a little off kilter right now. There he is. What a good boy. What a good little fella. Wearing his party hat. Favorite Pokemon? Altaria. From Gen 3. I like it. Little blue birdie boy. Same, they're both birds, so, you know. You'd be Beef Stroganoff? Oh, that's true. Beef Daddy? I'd be Beef Daddy. Can I change my answer? What's the reporter's name, Ollie, from Apollo Justice? What's his name? Is it... I forgot. You'd be Romain Latus. You die, Ollie. You want to be a character that dies? No. I'm trying to think of like a really obscure Ace Attorney character that like had it like good. I could be Waki Kataki because he had a really hot wife that tried to kill him. Waki Kataki had a heart problem? Yeah. And I am willing to trade for it, Ollie. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm only thinking of Apollo Justice characters for some reason. I'd be Furio Tigre. Armstrong? No. I was thinking Armstrong, but I'm like, no, I'd be Tigre. Furio Tigre. Do you guys know what Furio Tigre looks like? He's a dude. He's an Ultra Chad. This is who I'd be. The Ace Attorney character. This is me. Somehow I'll get jet black hair and turn into this. It's me, Furio Tigre. Come on, don't act like I don't look like him. Do you guys not see the resemblance? Because I see the resemblance. Don't lie to yourself. He's a red man. As opposed to you, Ollie, who is what? Who else? I'd be, you know, I really might be Maya. Because she just gets to do whatever the heck she wants and eat burgers for free. That sounds pretty good. Spark Brushel. Incredible. No, I'd be Maya. That's just such an easy answer. Because all she does is she gets to investigate crime scenes and be all like, ooh, mystery, ah. But she just eats food. It's like you're looking in a mirror. I know. Hey, yes, sir, Mercury. Oh, yes. Let me look at this. I feel like Rowlet is the perfect plush Pokemon. Because look at him. Look at him. He's just so Orbus. Orbus, I don't think is a word. But if Orbis was a word, it would be the definition of this guy right here. He is so Orbis and large. And it's just like, yeah, this is the Pokemon that's made for plush. Very Orbis. Man, I really gotta play Ace Attorney games. You can be... There's a character in the Ace Attorney series, Mercury. His first name is Dead, and his last name is Man. Can you guess what happens to him? In the game? Can you just maybe take a guess? Maybe take a crack at it. You might get it right. He lives a very happy life, I bet, yeah. Oh, Dats is pretty good. I forgot about Dats. You'd be Dats? What was he eating in that one animation? Is it apples where he's just like Is that what is he eating? Apples and lizards? I got it. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look up Dats eating. Dats, are you eating something? Is this not the right animation? Where's the right animation? Where you're like, I can't find it, Ollie. I can't find it. No eating for Ollie. Oh, I found it. No. Yeah. This would be Ollie. It's very small. Open image in new tab. This would be Ollie. Good choice. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. All right. Gaming time. Gaming time? What gaming time? Who said it was gaming time? Okay, I gotta get my voice warmed up because, like, I'm about to step into 4 hours worth of speaking straight, so. Me. La 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 la.
Colonel, the clap of my ass cheeks is ready to start this trial. Colonel,
Continue. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, Investigation Part 2. Wait, am I still in investigation? Or are we not going to trial? I thought we were going to trial. There's a Part 2 of the investigation, Ollie? You lied to me! What? Did I save? What? Maybe. Wait, what is... Wait, what is this? Do I have an autosave? I got it. Oh. Hey! There we go. No, this is the wrong one. Wait. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, I just oversaved that too. Well, now I'm screwed. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, where am I in the investigation right now? Oh, no. Am I screwed? The very end? Okay, good. If I was not in the very end, I'd be peeing and farting right now, everywhere. You're sure I'm at the very end? Where's Herlock? Herlock should be here. Okay, well, you know what? This is a nice recap. This is a good recap. This is a good recap of what happened in the trial. Here we go, and I gotta warm up my voice anyways. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, there he is.
Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what could I do for you?
It's about the case on the SS Burya. Do you recall?
The Burya. Ah, yes, that case. The one with the snake!
Well, yes. At that time, I was suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why. Why'd you believe in me?
I see, yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found in the victim, but with the victim in a locked room.
Well, if you like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying. Sure, you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are the things I choose to believe in.
That's right. Let's go. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Me too, Mr. Sholmes. I agree. I don't believe in things that I don't want to believe in.
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust one another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire.
Thank you. Whether or not I can believe in myself. There he is. The defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma.
Well,
we better be getting out of here.
Well, my dear fellows, it's time we're leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over, and the guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there never is enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire!
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruto!
No, that was not him. That was Sussy. Yes, Mr. Naruto. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It is imperative that we prove that in court.
Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire!
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me, so I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It'd be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Yes! Absolutely! As I said this morning. You may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yes! Sussy's on my side. When I got Sussy on my side, it's over. Sussy's gonna carry me. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Seki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Okay, now here's where we're actually supposed to go. I was just stupid. Save your current progress. Yes. I would love to save over this one. Because I didn't mean to save over it in the first place, but here we are. Trial part 1. Okay. Okay. Gaming. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Crass? Crystal ass. That's awesome. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. And so I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't do this. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of an opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Yeah, she's kind of smart because she's sussy. Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Huh? Lord Van Sykes? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? Miss Sussy. I purchased many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Sykes is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Sussy and Bruno. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Sykes' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? Why is he here? Also, Elysia. Hi. That's the question the papers are asking, if they're all speculating various answers. Hey. Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we all forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of the infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you!
Me? Me? Who?
Both times it is you who stands in against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean But you're friends with the Reaper! What, please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. What? I have bad luck? Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man of such frail fortune? That was my reading of that line. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, I do, Ollie. I have frail fortune indeed, and I'm going to use it to the best of my abilities. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with a little in the ways of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight in your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatomo Squeers. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live.
Mr. Natsume! Counsel for the defense! The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Okay. Bye-bye. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! 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 This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client till the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight! Kazuman. My favorite boy, Kazuman. Alright. The Old Bailey courtroom. February 10 a.m. Ooh, look at these. Hey! I know you! You on the jury, I know you!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Oh, it's time, you guys. Okay.
The prosecution has fully prepared, my lord. My lord.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Stronghat has told me about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. For my ass cheeks.
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
What are you talking about? You're being weird right now, Van Zyke. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description to Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Yeah, I don't know if that was a good thing, though.
Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end.
That person on the jury, I know them. And there's another guy on the jury from case 3. What the heck?
Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
I just gave this guy. This is a normal voice for this guy.
Never need to know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Because his name's Bruce Fairplay. Get it?
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
I don't know what to do for that guy.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Man's deaf and he's on the jury.
Very well, let us proceed. Opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East.
There's 3 jurors on this jury that we have already seen in previous cases, or in this case. There's 2 of them from the previous case, and there's 1 from this case.
A certain Mr. Sasaki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of... The student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Right! A knife crime! A knife crime! I tell you, from one bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Okay, you can just say it like that.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in the great chamber.
Yeah, you're just now learning this, pleb. People are racist in this game. Like, really racist. Because this isn't 1890 and we're a Japanese student in Britain. So they don't like us.
Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Inspector? Inspector Gadget?
Hey, it's me, Mario!
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
No, this is not Bernie Sanders. Ollie, you want me to do Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is not this guy. This is the Pianta from the trial of Mario Sunshine.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
You sound like Bernie Sanders.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be.
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. It was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? I don't even know who she is for sure. Wait, we don't even know who this is?
Comatose, I see, but his life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone on this to look at this street map.
Okay.
As mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon.
Calabash Road, Briar Road, Meerschaum Street. Okay.
It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
Okay.
It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, walked down the street.
Wait, so we do know who she is. What?
Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
Arrgh! Sponge boy me bob.
Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Okay, well, we're gonna need that at some point.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept this document as evidence, if you please.
Case file has been entered into the court record. Yes, sir.
What of the weapon that was used?
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
What's the victim's name? I don't know. What's the victim's name? Is it gonna be Dead Woman? Olive Green. Olive Garden. You are not green. You're purple. Is this, you're telling me this is what you look like in real life, Ollie? This? Okay, sure. Alright, whatever. It's removed from the victim's back, yep. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Saseki-san, I suppose.
Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence.
The jackknife has been entered into the court record. Yes, sir.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume.
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim.
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to care out much. At this moment in time, we have not been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes, that's right.
If theft of grievances has been ruled out as the motive.
There is no motive. What reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested a man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Gone. Dude. You can't just throw it like that. Like, we don't got an entire wine cellar down underneath this courtroom. Oh, wait, we do. Maybe, probably, I don't know.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Finger. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Colonel.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir!
Alright. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It's just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Ah, yes, sir. Yes, I see.
Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident.
Books.
Oh, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
So we're getting all the evidence in trial. We got none out of trial, and now we're getting like 5 pieces.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
What? Why would you say that? That's so mean.
Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zykes, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Miss Sussy!
You go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. What all had happened.
As I was walking along that cursed pavement, I could pick up the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman carrying a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her... Bang! She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my little legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Okay. That makes sense. Kind of.
A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in this print is wearing.
Oh my! A photographic print in full color! What would the world come up with next?
Hands. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
Yeah. Fist. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. Finger, a fact the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel.
Oh, get up, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, run it and gun it. Nico Man Deluxe. Alright.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Okay, it's not that.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused.
How do they know that there was no one else? How are you able to state that with any certainty? Yeah.
Quite simply, my learned friend. Because it was what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Oh yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Yes. That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Hand. Then we must hear their testimony.
Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. Yeah. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east.
But we have lamps here.
But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights.
Ah!
The prosecution believes there would have been ample light to which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. Yes. If we could just look through the fog in this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Colonel. I'm sneaking around.
Out of the blue,
the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Okay.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
That might be it. I'm gonna look at all of them real quick.
Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Belongings, yeah.
It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Okay, I'll do this one.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsumi's belongings.
I think you'll find it's all in there in the photographic print of the crime scene. I'm from Brooklyn. Luigi.
Hello, Mario.
Yeah, the 3 books on the floor.
That's right.
That's right, my lord. Secondhand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he? Hi, Elysia. What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsumi had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Okay.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with these musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Okay.
The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meersham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Wow.
Something like this.
The local map's information has been updated in the court record.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. I don't see why, but I agree, maybe. Most important point of the inspector just made being... What is it called? Bourbon Books. Okay. The bookshop stock. I'm trying to think. I don't think it would be the name. I mean, I guess it'd be the location. I don't know. Because nothing else is that important. It's the stock, right? The crucial detail which you just told the court inspector is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly? What? You just... Okay, I picked wrong, clearly.
Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got a map out for you and everything. Use red blooming ink and I drew the blokes right home for you.
And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. It's probably the third one, the stock of books, because he had so many books in his apartment.
The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend.
No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I was strongly advised to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Okay, I actually do need to look at the court record, because I haven't done that yet.
Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
Okay, what do we got? A street map of the local area. Bourbon Books. Calabash Road. Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. The crime was there. This is where he lives. So he would have logically taken that. That's true. He would have taken that route. Customer, Mr. Natsume, a sum of 2 shillings. Tender to the receiver of a picture. Uh-huh. I see. I see. So these are the 3 books he bought. Okay. Those are the 3 books he bought. Let's look at a young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, stout build, early 20s, pavement on Briar Road. Reporting officer Rolly Beat. Okay. The victim remains unconscious, and her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. A large but commonplace folding knife was found on the victim's back. Can I open? Open? Hey. Hello. Is there a secret in here? Secret? Okay, well, never mind. Low battery? What are you talking about? I do not have low battery. I do not. I do not. Okay. Crime scene photograph. 3 books. Baba Booey. You've connected the dots. You did not connect anything. The pavement of Briar Road, east side. Oh, I see it. 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 Wait, so is it this one? Yes, it'd be this one, right? This is the one I pressed? So I'm just gonna skip past all this because we already saw it, and then I'm gonna click the one that I know is correct.
Yes, I concur. Blah 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 blah.
The bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? Sardonic?
He's on his way home from Bourbon Books, a secondhand bookshop that he apparently patronizes.
Okay, well, the answer is he wasn't shopping at Bourbon Books. He was shopping at your books. Whose books are they? They're yours. What? That's crazy. Your books. Objection. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
Sunshine, I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Nasimi's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchases of 3 secondhand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on. Smack.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Nasimi did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand shop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Hey.
What?
Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, this is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Now, yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Turning into a demon. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, so it might be of help. Oh, yes, well, where is Your Books? The musty tomes, I know. Have a look at this, please. Where is Your Books? If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, he would have taken this path, yes. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Ugh, could that be true?
My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is. I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
It's hard to switch between these voices. Absolutely, it could be absolutely right. I like doing Juror 7.
What'd you say?
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is here on the next corner of Meersham Street going east.
Okay. That doesn't really help us that much, to be honest. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, he could have taken another route. Yes, he could have. But, like, that doesn't prove that he did. Oh, wine number 2, but he hasn't smashed it yet.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
You're not the clown. You're the entire circus. Guys, you see this? You see this? Do you see this right now? You see this man? Hang on. I gotta show you what shows up in another case later in the Phoenix Wright universe. Look what shows up. Look what shows up. Look what Mr. Prosecutor says in a case in like 120 years. You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you.
I didn't think it needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Okay, because he did see the victim. He admitted he was there, so it's not like he took a different route home, because he admitted he was there.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Don't throw it.
Allow me to reiterate from my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
Okay, what do you got? Bro! This is like the ancient glassware of like Japan, feudal Japan, and you're just like smashing it in the palm of your hands without a care in the world.
Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
As I suspected, you can't. No, wait. As I suspected, you can't fool me. Don't suggest you try.
What did I say? Hey, I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry. Wait. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but do you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must not give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, then members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Okay. It claims that Seki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but we gotta raise an objection, right? I mean, we can't just not. I mean, of course. Objection! The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on the map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Could have gone the other way. He could have. I mean, I guess. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. Fist! He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
He admitted he was there, though.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that my ass cheeks are so large, they will glap you, destroy you, send you to hell. That route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
objection. But, good. Yes, I've got it. Obviously, you must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection.
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Oh? I don't believe this! Dead. Wine? Don't throw it. Okay, good.
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors?
No, jurors, don't lead them on. Mr. Vampire Edgeworth Daddy. What, but, what?
Hold it! Ugh. I agree with Lord Van Zykes. I wholeheartedly in every other way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
That's your voice?
Guilty.
Guilty. Man, I did not give them voices of what they actually sound like. Is it time for a summation of examination? I think like the first two I kind of did okay, but the rest of them are...
It appears the jurors' leaning is unanimous.
dead.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo, wake up.
Wake up! Wake up, Mr. Naruhodo Ryunosuke!
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow!
Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die.
I'm gonna turn on lawyer mode. You hear that? That's 6-cylinder, baby. Okay, yeah. That's what we're gonna do. Lawyer mode activate.
So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnappers and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Onkus. Summation.
Judicial findings.
The jurors' contentions.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it to himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? The man who's gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses and... Okay, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. Nice shop at that.
But bourbon books, no, not worth a visit.
What? He knows about the books.
Why does he know the books?
She sounds like Kermit. Well, she's supposed to be Miss Piggy. But I don't know how to do Miss Piggy as well as I know how to do Kermit.
The only minor exceptions, the reasoning for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Where'd the wine bottle go? Drink.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears to convinced of Mr. Mitsumi's guilt now. Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker no one could see? It's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? You gotta believe in yourself, Mr. Man. Mr. Naruto, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward!
Yes!
You have the floor, counsel.
Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Smack! I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. All right, big boy, you got it. You got it, bud. Here he is. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
Pity's sake, that little Nipponese...
No, that's not his voice.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity's already admitted to it himself, didn't he?
Okay, so he already... No, he didn't. Hold it! I'm gonna press you. Excuse me, but aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the other young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me nonstop.
If I could turn back the clock...
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And feel free to make up free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Okay.
If he said the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, then what can only have been the victim?
This might be something, because, I don't know, something else might have collapsed because it was foggy? I don't know. Let's press. You're right at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. This is precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
Well, let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
If that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have connected something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Oh, you stinky. Stinky! Gross! Yuck! Even stinkier than Ollie, and that's pretty stinky. I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but I wish you wouldn't like it.
Do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime.
Ugh!
If no one could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Crime.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. The man who wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Let's read all these again.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Why do you want to be out of here? A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line here, too. And so is my family's.
Ah.
Likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn till dusk. It is.
So you were out digging in the roads at the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right.
Hey.
In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right, Meersham Street it was.
Meersham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there's only 3 named streets. Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Ugh, fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk.
Okay.
Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That is my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That is my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. I know where this is going. I just connected the dots. I connected them. Are you sure about the time? Guys, what's he wearing? He's a large-statured man in green.
Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What? You had a dreadful time?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head.
But this is so easy. Well, it explains things.
It always was after the snow that stopped falling. But that's when most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down to Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry. Extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright.
No, I know, Ollie. I already read about this. It's a conversation of thoughts. This entire melody of arguing. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced on Mr. Natsumi's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsumi of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly! Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Put them against each other. Okay. We might need to press some other dudes. We've already pressed the first 2 and the last 2. We pressed this guy. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okay. I was digging up Meersham Street. From dawn till dusk. Okay. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out. So this is just proof he took Calabash Road. We're gonna prove that he took Calabash Road. We had to get there. Let's do number 3. Yeah, this one. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Hold it! But you can't deny that there are other routes to Mr. Natsumi could have taken back from your books. Yes, you drew it on the map, you mean? What was it, a Calabash Road or something? I don't know how to do this guy's voice. How did I do it? I can't remember. Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is the little Japanese fellow who actually went that way or not. Wow, words are good, Nico. Very nice. Well, yes, that's true. And at that moment, there is no proof that actually shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Haha. Why is this all true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I've given a lot of thought, you know. Didn't just make it up my mind on a whim like he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would.
The reason why Sasaki-san might have taken the longer way home. Is it literally just the pipes burst? Is that the reason? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter. I mean, maybe? I know we could try it. I want to press her. I want to press her still.
No, the problem is...
Okay, I want to press... This is the last one.
Whatever it is the matter, young man.
I know you. You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who runs Mr. Natsumiya's room.
The master's wife. Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand?
He's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday that you'd be selected for the jury in this trial? I mean,
well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. And anyway, Mr. Natsumi, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's been a little over in a week now. But
and that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsumi look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort.
What?
Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. Man never speaks. Don't get me started on his shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Who said that?
I'm building a bomb! Ah!
Oh dear, Mr. Natsumi, how could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so...
Anyway,
I think I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Okay, I think it's 3 and 5. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's 3 and 5. For pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity admitted himself. No, here we go. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mearsham Street from dawn till dusk. The man wouldn't have gone... He would have had a reason to go around because the pipes burst. That's really all I can think of. I think we're going to reach the point where he saw the old guy in the olive coat, but that's not going to be till next one. Objection! These two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel. Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3?
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home couldn't have gone that. Could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. But what do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have really had a good 2 yards or more of payment up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman who came along had to turn and go back the other way.
Why does it look awkward when he's walking? His walking doesn't look awkward. His objection's awkward, but that's about it. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings.
Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. We see now that he had no choice.
Yes. Hey! My lord judge, sir, if I may.
Yes.
Hi, Veery.
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial to continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Hey. Hey.
What about you, sir?
What? Oh, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say.
Okay, now we gotta get another one. And it's gonna be with Jury 6 and someone else. Hey. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. That'd be awesome. I'd be down to be a jury. Everyone hates jury duty. I'd be down. Sign me up right now. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Dykes is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal.
My ass cheeks are clapping no longer. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation of examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where the trial goes from here.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Whether it's digging up roads
or digging up the truth, you've got to see it through to the end, haven't you?
Okay, so it's definitely juror number 6. And I don't know who the other one is. It might be 2?
He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Could have only been the victim.
Yeah, it's 2. It's 2. It's victim number 2, or it's jury number 2. Because look what jury number 6 says. Jury number 6 says,
I slipped over in the evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know.
He was the one in the green jacket.
Okay, guys, quick side note. Have you guys ever heard the Tim Allen grunt sound effect from Home Improvement? Because it is one of my favorite sounds ever, and I keep doing it in this stream. And I need you guys to hear it if you are unaware of the Tim Allen grunt. So I'm gonna look it up now. Tim Allen made this sound in Home Improvement, and I like watch. Look at this. Look at this. I need you all to see this. This is very important. Okay. This is whenever I find when I find a contradiction in the witness testimony. I found a witness contradiction. I'm sorry, I enjoy that way too much. You make that sound every stream? Yeah, because it's me. Alright, Pit. Juror number 2, juror number 6. Juror. I thought it was a funny noise. I mean, it is. I use it for Donkey Kong, because I think Donkey Kong would be one to make that sound. Alright, let's do it.
Objection!
Objection! Point. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, jury number 2, jury number 6, juror number 6.
My, whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. It's not like... Yeah. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in this defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack... He had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Why, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number six's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
Oh!
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring to, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in this green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes is a jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
Maybe. That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Well, look at that!
My goodness me!
Sorry, you need a pee? Pee?
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road?
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken a long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the victim was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Wow.
You idiot, old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming out there, we would have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What'd you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to be kept up in the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
Maybe. Ooh, makeup. Geese.
My lord, I hope it doesn't cause any inconvenience.
No, wait. I'm messing up voices.
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
Yes, I do declare that I would. I should like to call forth a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
I would too. What? Is a crime to change?
Wait, what's this guy's voice? It's hard. It's hard to do these voices back to back.
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well,
Schmacky.
Yes. Schmacky. Hey. Smack.
Well, that summation examination has been concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection. Don't break it. Tasty. Yummy. It's broken. Okay.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. My ass cheeks so strong they broke the glass on their own.
Lord Van Zykes.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Alright, you weenie.
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir.
That's
right. Took me a whole day and they paid me
measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
6 feet-ish, around there. I have no clue. No, 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters. That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me?
I guess that way you're wrong, no.
What?
Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway. We just turn into any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man,
Good man, you can talk.
you say that around 5 o'clock at the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
I'm gonna prove it.
Ah!
Dead. I'm dead.
Order, spoiler.
Tier 2, daddy. Hey! Squid, you want to see something really cool? Ollie, you know how I go all the time? You know how I do that? You weren't here for this. Are you aware that that's a Tim Allen sound effect from Home Improvement?
Well, Van Zyke, explain yourself.
My lord, what more ass could you need? Both cheeks are right in front of you, my lord.
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed.
My voice is struggling right now.
But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Oh! There, it's gone. It's gone. Jacket gone.
So, my learned friend, the clap of my ass cheeks will clap down upon your very soul.
What are you talking about?
My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand.
Granted, bailiff, bring forth witnesses.
Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Right, no matter who Van Zyke brings to the stand as his witnesses, And no matter what they say, I believe in Saseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing till the very end, until the battle is over. Yeah, 3 glasses all, yeah. Oh my god. Who the hell?
Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court.
I just see how they talk first, because that'll give me an idea of their voice. I'm gonna...
Constable Rory Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Okay.
And I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
I'd have to look. Hang on. I just... Rolly Beat? Okay, let me see her name. Hang on. I don't even know what her name is. I forgot. Just Mrs. Beat. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long.
Patricia Beat. Patricia Beat and Rolly Beat. Okay, hang on. Don't tell me. Patricia Beat. Rolly Beat. Patricia Beat? Rolly Beat? I don't know. Am I supposed to know this? No, they look like they're 8th graders, Ollie. They definitely look like they're 8th graders. Rolly Beat, Patricia Beat, Rolly Beat. Rolly, Patricia Beat. I don't... Flip the order. Patricia Beat, Rolly Beat. Patricia Beat, Rolly Beat. Patricia... and Rolly Beat. I have no idea. I have no clue. Patricia Beat, Rolly Beat. Patricia Rolly Beat. I'll figure it out eventually. Okay.
In truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we've celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know.
Wait, what? What did he say? Hang on. Okay. Patrolling the beat. Okay.
They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, and check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like police duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals.
Yeah, there's a guy in one of the other Ace Attorney games on the 3DS whose name is Pat Roll. And guess what his job is? He's a security guard. What does he do? What's another word? What's another verb for what he does? Does he maybe patrol?
Even when he's off duty, the constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes at his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber. Ah, good one, Renosuke.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constant Rolly pizza. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. Very good.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, 2 silhouettes came out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over of course, and then went to help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Okay. Well, it's extremely
compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examinations will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Yeah, bechancing. Don't you just hate when you get bechanced? Oh, I do notice all of that now. They have the same scarf. They're just wearing one really big scarf.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I assume. I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Gaming. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Okay.
Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Okay. Hold it.
2 silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction.
Ooh.
There's a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
It does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately, it does.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark. There are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? My darling.
Do you think he even knows he's married?
What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground.
Do you think he knows he's married? Or do you think she's just like, isn't telling him because he's only half conscious all the time?
There's a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. There's the street light as well. I didn't see any other...
Forcefully take a firm hold. Your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
So, yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day, every day watching the streets, I swear to it, sir.
Look at her.
She's like, oh, my hero, I love you. Oh, my God.
Ah!
I'm sure. That's my love for Patricia is true.
Is it really?
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
This is incredible. They're still maintaining there was no one else around there other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. No. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the others gathered something before running off.
What was it?
Hold it! Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, it couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
What? Oh, yes, that's right. Those are old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed. As clearly pictured in this photographic print.
Why is he eating the string on his helmet? You know how, like, British soldiers have, like, the belt, like, right in front of their mouth? I don't know.
What a rotten Japanese man did when he did this deed.
What? Hold it! Smack. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
Well, we saw him. It was the man on the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, and everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with all those terrifying, intense eyes. And suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem all as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue.
Sir.
He ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Hold it! Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Every time he wakes up,
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Meat to go. I was off duty at that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I said Patricia. I'd only wear the right box.
forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you know, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia, away to the police box for the beat, the incident fell under so she should go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. My ass cheeks can clap another. Yeah. Live to clap another day.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he making us blush, darling? Isn't he making us blush? Oh my god, we're blushing so much right now.
Yes, what Patricia said,
Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Roy and I both saw him clear as day.
No, you didn't. You smell it. You're wrong. Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was the only light, didn't he?
Yes. And what of the fog?
Well, famous for and across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace for those of us that have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand of at the end of your own arm.
Fog champ. Yes, alright, I'll take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was a little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Can't we tell him? Tell him, darling. Tell him.
Tell him, darling!
What? Yeah. Was the accused and no mistake? The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir!
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Saseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Okay, so that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beach saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Sussy. Help me, Sussy. Come here, Sussy, you're coming with me.
Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... Kazuma? What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. Somewhere else? What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsumi is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate. Oh, right. Okay.
I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the fandango?
Okay, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. But I do seem to be so up. Yeah, so I never pressed the first one.
It was our wedding anniversary.
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
It suits you, doesn't it, darling?
Oh, well, yes, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were headed back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the
day, correct? Yes.
That's right, sir, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and queen till the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir, prove that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of sworn duty, to patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. As for such a noble cause, I cut 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
Oh, Rolly.
So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
Besides, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I just wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. I like her face here. She's like, oh my god, Bobby! Oh my god, you're so cute. I should have given her like a Carl Weezer voice. Like, oh my Jimmy! And I can't do a Carl Weezer. Are you going to finish that croissant? Oh, Pat! Oh, Pat! No, oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. What's a Valley Girl? What is that? Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little... California? That doesn't explain anything. What does a California girl sound like? Oh my god. Oh my god. I could do that. I could switch it. But I could add like the that I've been adding, you know? That was like the most amazing thing. A little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so, it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is that, well, out with it.
What? No, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one.
No, wait, no.
I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare
question how reliable my testimony is.
I feel like she would break out into like a demon. Like very occasionally.
And you dare question how reliable my testimony is.
I will do, Miss Smith.
No, it won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable.
No idea what I'm capable of.
Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like this opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Like that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
But this is what? This is really the 4 books he dropped at the scene? He dropped 3 books at the scene. Wait, which thingy is it? Can I present either one of these? Or should I present the picture? Probably do the picture. Objection! So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearning, A Meal for Someone, and The Thingummy Something.
She really is a ditz girl now that I like am reading more about her personality, but I like this voice. I'm sorry, Miss Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what's the flaw?
Ah, my fist. In your face.
Simply that the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
What? Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books as you described.
Why not?
Fascinating, Colonel.
And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume.
Evidence. I do have evidence.
Counsel, will you present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it? What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books?
Well, he was only carrying 3.
Take that!
He was only carrying 3.
Boom.
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books.
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsumi's purchases that day. As you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! No! Therefore, Mr. Natsumi would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. That was not her voice. I can't do that. So cannot be denied. She's like a dog. That you can say it. That though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Grrr. Yeah, like grrr. What's up, Zyke? How you doing?
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon by learned Nipponese friend.
What?
Eh? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
Ah.
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies.
This is the 4th wine glass. This is the 4th.
Would that be fair?
Ugh. Sees right through me.
But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast.
Gut. Oh, no drink.
To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh.
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
No, they weren't. You're lying. But what about the photographic print? Oopsies. Oh, I unplugged my controller. I should be good. Yeah, I have enough battery now. It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print, you mean to say? Okay, there's number 4.
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
4 wine glasses gone. Oh, burn!
She was in the room. She was in the room with the married couple.
Hey! I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. The Lion's Pride.
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
Why does the book have a bite taken out of it? Because it got burned. It got burned in the apartment of the couple, Mr. Garadeb. There was a fire, and a lot of things burned.
Order!
There, you see? Look at that! Look!
5, and you're getting thrown off. You're out of town. You're out of luck, Buster. Yes.
It's just like I said.
Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipts for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or another.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
All right. Yes, I'm immature.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
That's my troll face, you guys. I Nicole troll. A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboriao.
What? I Nicole Lecoq. I Nicole Lecoq.
Garbulio.
I love Garbulio. Garbulio is the guy from Xenoblade 2. Praetor Amalthus. That's Garbulio.
As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, flawless, Patricia's flawless.
But only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Pete mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Colonel.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not at all odd, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. But if you look closer, it was actually found in the clutches between my ass cheeks. Smacking. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by
the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You'll submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel.
Blah, blah.
My pleasure, my lord.
A second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. And the other thing. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. I know what that 4th book is. It's from Mr. Garrett's room.
The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. A clap of my ass cheeks conquers any man, woman, or beast. There is no escaping. The spurious, longer route to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty?
Okay. Sure, be like that, dude. Were the names of the books and the receipt matching? They were matching, yes. But the 4th book is not on the receipt. So they just summed it up to, oh, it was actually the victim's book. Because she was holding it.
Or is the decision you all have to make all too apparent already?
Ugh.
You've heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Well. I'm going to... If it says... If I fight back in a wrong way now, I very well might just make things worse. I don't know. Because we can get another summation examination if we just wait it out. But also raising an objection is almost always the right thing to do.
Objection!
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. Sussy, help me. Sussy, I need you. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo?
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Sussy baka.
You smell like a baka.
Very well, pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And, thank you, Miss Sussy. This is it. Sasato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. Smacky. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and has hitherto been overlooked.
Okay, so it's in the two pieces of evidence we just got. It's the book. It's the book, right? It's burned. It's burned. Yeah. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? That cover's badly burnt. Yes, we gotta present this. Book! Take that. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection! We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes. I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yeah. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, sir. Yes, I think you may be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue in this case which leads to the fourth book conceals?
It's the sussy baka burnt boy.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's burnt to a crisp. It's been burnt to a crisp.
We have to ask ourselves, why is the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? Why does Ryunosuke have a British accent? because he speaks English, and he speaks 2 languages. He speaks Japanese and he speaks English, and the only way to learn English at this point in time for him would be through British accent. He learned British English. Yeah. It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Objection.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
What, huh?
Right to concede the point. If it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day?
I don't know, because he's not like a pompous little swan douche. Fury, that's why. Shut up! Shut up!
What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage that this home has been suffered? Its owner. No. No, yeah, its owner. Its owner. Its owner. You can ascertain its owner, right? Maybe? I mean, the shop that sold it, but it wasn't sold from a shop. Hi, Do. Yeah, Do, so here's what's been going down. We've been trying to prove that maybe Mr. Natsume took a different route, and we've kind of struggled to do that. And then we were like, but wait, he couldn't have done it. Maybe it was an old guy that fell over. Samuel! Sam, are you aware? Question, if you are listening. Are you aware of my new favorite sound of all time? Which is a sound of Tim Allen from Home Improvement grunting. And it sounds like Are you aware of this sound, Sam?
Donkey Kong.
So now every time a witness goes, huh? I go, Makes me laugh. Whoa. Okay, I think it's owner. I think it'll be the owner. This is where the attorney goes ace mode, Samuel. It's true. I think owner. I'm pretty sure owner. Yeah, okay, we got it right. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. Ooh. A wife that put you at risk while you're sleeping sounds like a vampire. Yes.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand and she fell into the floor, of course. It's obviously hers.
The question on how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense, wow, has very credible answers. Point.
Good gracious, how could you possibly? Very well, Colonel. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. My ass cheeks can stay their hand for a moment. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if this little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim the owner of this burnt book?
I know who it is. I know who it is. The burned book gambit. Was it Garbulio? Bernie Sanders? Catman? Cotton Candy? Miss Piggy? Moonman? Dad? Garbulio? Oompa Loompa? What do I even call this guy? I don't even know. Those last two I don't even know. It was this guy's book. It was his book. It was Mr. Garrideb's book. It was Moonman. Take that! Smacky. The answer is that the book belongs to this couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. Moonman. Whoa! 360! Yeah. Certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb.
The landlords. And whether this is some
extraordinary coincidence or some kind of a fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Eh? Oh my goodness, me?
I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Schmack.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. My clap of the ass cheeks will now kill you.
Dead. Gone. Just a quick snap. Painless. It's the easiest way to go. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Eh?
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
Argument. A fire, my lord. Eh?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bodily thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it was I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
Alright, Moonman. Oh, he's not happy.
The Lion's Pride. Hi, Joe. The very same title that the subject of this is the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is right. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Discord? Without going into detail, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. An enraged goblin. Discord? Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never stand a raise a finger against me, sir.
White? Ooh.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. Miss Piggy, stop! There I was, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
The man who had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No.
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident, and there's no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time in...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah! Yeah, there was a fire in the house. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? You honestly claim that the book found at the scene was flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett wife?
No. I believe it's a Alright. Flaming projectile. Boom! It's like, you guys know in Hitman? Oh, hang on. Oh, that's quite enough! Who? Who? Miss Piggy! Well, I hope that everyone can see what you came for, are you little foreign trickster? Okay, you guys know in Hitman, when you throw any object, it, like, will track them. It will, like, perfectly, like, phew, and, like, go right onto them. It's like that. She was playing Hitman, and she just took, like, a book and went, phew, and knocked the person on the sidewalk out, because she was a witness. Phew! Well, I hope now everyone sees you for who you are now, you foreign little trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff put a whole neighborhood in light honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. And all you've done is sully our family name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen name through the mud is simply to divert attention to your failing defense. She tried to slap her husband, and her husband wasn't there. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me.
Sorry. What that, huh?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury once again are in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zykt?
Wine.
In truth, my lord, I feel that these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
Whoa! If the books are your prediction, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? No, forgive the discourtesy for leg.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Goblin acquired? Yes.
You'll now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Uh-oh.
Well, this isn't looking too good right now. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Sasi? Sasi Baka? Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You still have one more chance. I have no idea, Elysia. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve.
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Alright, gamer time. Gaming time. Gaming. They call me the gaming goblin. Alright, here we go. Oh, yes. Run it. Alright, save data, yes. Go. Go. I can do it.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In this case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely to the court your grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Okay. Why is I guilty? Why is guilty?
Judicial findings. The accused left behind evidence on the scene, did he? Didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Okay, so you're gonna be one of them.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is still closed, can it?
You're gonna be one.
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had the fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
Okay. So I know 2 of them for sure. Probably gonna have to press the other ones.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
Jury number 6.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony.
Huh?
The court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, gone. I'm going to kill someone with my ass. No one else was even at the scene of the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if
the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone.
Was that glass 5? I think that was 5. Was that 4? Was that 5 or was that 6? That was 5.
Fellas, yeah, it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? How would we even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard. This is going to be impossible. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. Okay.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you're prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Do the slap. Gaming. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Yeah. Yes, for sure. We have a book that disappeared from the Gyarados house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mr. Gyarados on how she reacts, even to the things other people might say. I like the witnesses in the background. Alright, judicial whatever. The defense's rebuttal.
The accused left behind several evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Well, I'm gonna press everyone, because I gotta figure this out. But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact does belong to the defendant's the landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point this woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't
have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. I just want to jam out for a second.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about the victim, how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great. Yeah, I agree.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You say modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Alright, Pringle. Listen here. What kind of flavor of Pringle do you think that is, Swiler? Not that all extreme.
As I say it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man is overwhelmingly guilty.
Sour cream and onion? Yeah. It's kind of green. It's like they're going bad or something.
Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Sure. Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals aren't always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best to not disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Yes, yes, yes. MMR, yes. Miku Miku Ratatouille.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
What about this possibility? What about the possibility that the window was open? There was a fire.
What about it? I mean, there's just no way there could have been.
How could he be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They couldn't have opened it.
And what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Gazel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Okay, so it's not any of the first three that I'm going to get additional info out.
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it, well? Don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing else. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that I was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
That it was
anything, however. Excuse me.
Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He's like dodging every time. He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. We're gonna have to quiz you on that.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pain tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Smacky, you just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, you and me. Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thams tomorrow morning.
What? Face down on a river?
You heard me. The missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know, it's funny, because I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful. I wonder if Mrs. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thoms. If Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thoms by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Sussy. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Okay.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Give me the sneezes.
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. I had 75 candles on top, I did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems like it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto.
Anyway, I must have all the puff to blow them out. I must have only blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you meant a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows?
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along, but something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Okay, so that's everyone. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. Well, as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out... So 3 and 6, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. That's the spirit. It might be 3 and 6. Because look what 3 says. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. I think this is worth a try. Because we've pressed everyone, and I don't see a relation otherwise. It's not that guy. It's definitely not the first guy. It could be her. It's not you. It's got to be 6 and... It's got to be 6 and 3. I think... Even if the woman was found throwing books, can it be related to this crime if the window was closed? Can't be related to the crime if the window was closed. Winter house fires are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the... I think it's this one. These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do. How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3. Do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh!
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gyardeb household. And Mr. Gyardeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! Hat? Oh, she has something to say about his hat? Oh, my hat. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that?
This is Gyardeb.
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
What if we did?
Oh?
Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire? Oh,
you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
No, we didn't win. We can keep the trial going now. But we didn't win. Of course, I should have realized. It's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. Now we won? Alright. We simply must have that added to Mr. Gyardeb's formal assessment.
Excuse me.
Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hit! Jury number 2. Jury number... Oh my god, that was... that was a... Excuse me. I think it's these two. I don't see how it could be. She'd reconsider if the window was open.
Objection.
I did not get it right. These two statements clearly contradict each other. This is not...
Hold it! I'm sorry, but as a foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense.
What?
I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. And there's no contradiction as far as I can see.
Maybe I need to press her. I probably need to press her again.
Wait, so, foreman. I'll not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council.
There's nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruto. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Okay, let's press this.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows a very obvious signs of damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mrs. Gyardeb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. Oh, he was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed it was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
What?
Sir? 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 Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something. I've I remembered what it was. The memory I blocked out. Ah. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett or the maid, I'll have you know.
That man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Maybe.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home from after work. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear. What a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ears, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about 1 inch deep.
So I think you need to break up with your wife. You can't just have her chuck a freaking knife at you. No, this is the music that plays in the beginning of chapters. With the
Sholmes and I were investigating. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thoms. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the money banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, ain't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you must think you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least to attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Yeah, Sussy uses the bow. Or her hands for a Sussy takedown. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Okay, so it's confirmed that if Sussy were a Fire Emblem unit, she would be a sniper. An archer. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A woman enraged will hurl almost anything at you. A kitchen knife really brought that home to me. I think we gotta push this, or we gotta press this. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? Maybe we don't.
That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw at me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown all along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, bathtub.
She threw a bathtub at you? Your wife must be even beefier than you.
And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thoms. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed into the Thoms too many times by their wives.
That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay, so it's 5 and 2? Is it 5 and 2? Because if there was some other novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. She threw the knife out the window, and it hit the lady? Is that what we're gonna claim? Really? Hi, Panye. Are we actually gonna claim this? This is what we're doing? I mean, I'm down to try it. Because I don't know what else it could be. What if it happened? Ollie. I don't think it did.
Objection!
But, I mean, we're gonna press these. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief! You must mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other objects besides the book could have found its way from from the Garrideb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown out any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm a beanpole. That's what they call me. I'm the beanpole, baby. Beanpole on the mountain, sing song, sing song. That's me, baby. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
Knife. Belonging to Garrideb. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Yes, we do! We have a knife with the Garrideb's name on it! But I'm certain that this at very least warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Nife. The Nife. Los Nifos. Los Nifos. Yes.
Maybe?
Maybe? Eh? Eh?
Take that! No, Wally, I'm not going to. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Alright, fine, I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Open. That just closes it if I hit it there. Point. Tippy tippy. Whoa! Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Sussy-Baga. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay. That's good. Yes. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
Yes, I know. I'm aware. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp!
Well, maybe she bent down and picked it up, and then a knife came over.
Are you saying it flew out the window and across the street and to land neatly in her hand?
Even my missus ain't got aim like that!
Yes, I admit. There are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? That was a juicy one. Dead. Gone. Dead. My lord. Who, my lord?
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
I don't think the granny did it either. Because we still have to figure out what the other two dudes we saw on the street the other day were all about.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. Why isn't the old guy switching? He just doesn't want to? Okay. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. So as a result of the
Defense's summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty, now against 4 calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Okay. Now then, Lord.
Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
With a tasteful wine.
Oh, it's time for my grand return.
No, this is glass 6, Ollie.
Oh, my ass cheeks have been sitting too long, waiting for their time to strike. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Gut.
Yeah, this is 6, Ollie.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. And now I throw it. I hate wine! What follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense just put forward a credible alternative to an explanation of what just happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's arguments is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
Hey. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is some, 15 yards. Unsportsmanlike conduct, ass clapping too loud, 15-yard penalty. On the defense. First down.
Let me see. 15 yards, that's around 14 meters. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little further than I'd imagined. And as you
ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
Oopsies. Yes.
And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Colonel. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Dead. Don't give up, Naruhodo. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Sato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare you? Oh, now you fucked up. You made Sussy mad? It's over. We're gonna win the trial in about 10 minutes. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garrideb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! The cross-examination of a juror!
I like how the young couple is just still standing here.
Order! Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection. Bottle number 2.
I hate wine! Unnecessary. It gives me hemorrhoids, which is not good for my clapping ass.
Lord Van Zykes.
There are already witnesses on the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend Farkishel, I don't know how to pronounce that theory, has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
Farcical. Fartsicle.
We must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witness?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beach reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for those that can tell now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
I feel like I'm getting... I feel if I could do a Peter Griffin voice, I would make the dude Peter Griffin voiced and the girl Lois.
Oh, Peter. Oh my gosh.
But I can't. I'm gonna stick with what I got.
Well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh?
And order the witnesses on the stand to testify again. Say forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
I can't do a Peter Griffin.
Yes, sir.
Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of the Garrideb household are top hinged casements.
No, I'm right, Ollie.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. And I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Okay.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy, y'all.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window? Yeah, I don't even know what that is either.
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. Alright, I'll try. I see them. The window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. As a top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Yes, I do.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening. This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window,
It would hit the window.
it would have clattered against the pane. And fallen. The clatter against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already.
That can't...
That can't be. You see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
Dead. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and I'm already my argument's already been destroyed. All right,
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
all right, I'm ready. I'm ready. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. The last desperate struggle. Ghost trick gamer time. Constable Beach report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the victims on the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top hinged casements.
Yes?
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Why do you say that? But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky and looked at the starless, sir.
It seems like they're telling the truth.
And when we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Because they're cool, Ollie. What do you mean?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Position, my darling. That's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
I've never met someone whose kink is no sense of direction, but I guess there's someone for everyone.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for 1 moment, sir. Nothing strange reported on that front, sir.
Okay, hold it. Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that I'm like... I can swear that on the God's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
I beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Something altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. The question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Oh. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One just happened to be burnt as well.
I highly doubt that. I got deduced by Iris. Oh, it's true. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been grappling a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm sorry, Mr. Narhood. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mr. Garrett without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrett. And if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter... Or, do you really think so? Yeah. Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garrett's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? Yes, it did. How did it get there? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garrett's reaction to me showing her the knife. That woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. Come on, Sussy Baka, let's do this. Okay, let's just press all statements, because we haven't done the first two. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby is good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Stop!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time.
Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case.
It's the...
Before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet, but I've only just gotten here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it. I should have pressed this earlier. Okay. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Because it's gonna be he didn't follow a rule. He's gonna not follow a rule. What are the rules? Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of his community relations. Yes. Page 2. Any crimes fall under jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. Did he do that? When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Okay, let's read the first part. Yeah. What are the other statements? Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Crap. The lag of the game got me there. Okay, let's skip past. Skippy. Skippy baka. Skippy sussy baka.
You look like a baka.
3. Okay. Okay, now this one. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, so nothing strange to report on that front. Okay. Well, I thought you told your wife to go investigate. I'm just gonna press the second statement just in case, because I don't know, dude.
Hold it!
Wait, what do you mean they don't open fully? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall onto the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here's the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for
Somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Yeah, come on. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
What would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea of what sort of windows are in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house furnished with? Yeah.
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me!
Sir?
Sir!
Excuse me!
Sir! Sir?
You have something to add, Miss Beat? Mrs. Beat?
Sorry? You look, well, delighted.
Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. You really were. So lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please.
We were just so lucky it didn't happen. It didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh. It didn't happen on your beat? What? What's your beat then? Oh, I hadn't realized. I thought his beat was the street that it was on.
Oh yes, that street, Bryant Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Isn't that right, my love?
Dude, he's dreaming right now. He's dead. Constable Beat.
Huh? Oh, yes? That's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing on the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house was on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Yes, pull out your sussy baka book. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mrs. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the house is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are all bobbies. Tyler's they working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Roy for all his work.
Don't you bring Jesus into this game! Don't you bring...
Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can't trust anyone these days. Not even Jesus. I think perhaps we should make sure that we have information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay, so I have an idea, and I think I know the answer. I just have to find the thing to present on. Now it's my turn, I think. Okay.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? She smells your fear.
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it.
My voice will be heard. My lord, if you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss B. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife word counts for nothing, doesn't he? Does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I have no idea. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Okay. I didn't tell you what. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hold on.
Sponge boy me, Bob.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby. Okay. There's 6 things now. It goes to her. Obviously, if anything would thrown out the window, we would have seen it. Okay, then it goes to this. I think it's just his handbook now, because it wasn't on his thingy, so he wasn't supposed to do anything. I think? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna try it because I don't know.
Objection.
Okay, well.
Bobby, boo, damn it, you say. As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand and a pale expression of a perspiring brow.
But do I need to... Wait. Do I need to press this one now? Is this a new one? I don't know.
You invited, sir.
Okay, yes. Is this a new statement? I think this might be a new statement. Let's see. No, this isn't. That's right, yes. If I had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly what was going on. Where I was going, of course. No, we already did this. Okay. Did we talk about devil worship earlier? Yes. We did. Ollie, this isn't like a weird situation where I have to press a second time, right? Again, I just want to make sure. I don't have to do any of that tomfoolery, right? It's just present something, I assume. Because I'm kind of... I mean, like, I feel like I know the answer, but I also feel like I don't have... The statements don't line up for it to be a good opportunity to present it, if that makes sense. I mean, let's look at the first one. Yep, we already did that. We already did that. If anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. No, you wouldn't have. Because your beat is not that thing. They're saying that their beat is this road. Because that, right? Because they're like, it's the sidewalk in front of their house. So yeah. But their beat is not Briar Road, right? So would they have seen it? Because I don't think they would have. Their beat is the other side of Briar Road. What? From the crime? Oh. I thought they were saying that they were literally not on the road. Like they were like on a connecting road. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Roy was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh, so he left his beat. He left his... Is that what we're saying? Yo, what's up, Plumie? What's brackin'? Wait, so Ollie, clarify something for me. So if he were to go from right here to right here, he would leave his beat, right? Yes, okay.
Well, the game is afoot.
Gar, 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 Sponge Boy Bebob.
Okay. This trusty... What?
Hey!
Thank you, Plumie. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. How far are you in this game, by the way? I'm stuck right now. I am honestly... Okay, press statement 5. I thought I did. But I will do it again. Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly.
It started episode 3, actually. Hey! Well, if you don't... I don't know. What you've seen so far is not really spoilers, but... We don't even know what really happened still in Case 4. But, if you don't want to watch, I don't blame you. Because this is Case 4.
That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, thank you, Plumie. I very much appreciate that. Someone gifted me a sub to your channel, too, the other day I saw. So whoever that was, I have literally no idea who it was. Thank you.
Oh, yes, well, that's embarrassing, really. I've always ended up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly.
He never gets so cross. So I did have to double press it.
Sir? Excuse me! Sir?
Excuse me.
Sir?
Possible beat. Is there a problem?
Hello. No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
Huh? I need a sound button. I need to like set up my stream deck so I can have a sound like that I can push for it just to go like this. Whenever something shocking happens. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long is because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
Sorry, but what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly is so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings.
I thought that said farthings. With all his farthings.
And a hot penny he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Hadn't you, my darling? Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Smacky. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. See, he knows.
Colonel, my ass cheeks.
What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and I ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
Well, I don't show how, you see how that gives us any info, but alright. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over, I saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Mm-hmm. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with another constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
What? In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right. Silly me after going to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet up again after we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Eh? Oh, yes, that's it. Oh my. It's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zykes, where'd you come by this flower? According to the report... No.
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household.
In front of the Garrett house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Okay, so it was on the Garrett house side? It's found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household. Okay.
It is believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare?
I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, evidence. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Ow. The anniversary bouquet. Wait, has been added to the court record. They're present for procedure. Yes. Shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. Peach to drop the rose. Okay. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall
Do my very best to not forget, Miss Beat.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing to report on that front, sir.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing This is such a confusing cross-examination. Why is this so hard? Why is this so difficult? This is so weird.
Excuse me, sir.
Ollie, just lead me in the right direction. I don't have to press anything else, right? I don't want to waste my time. I don't have to gabagoo. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Do you know the answer right now, Ollie? How about that? Because if you know the answer, you don't... Ollie has beaten this game and he doesn't know the answer. So that's how confusing this is. I know the general what happens. Well, yeah, but... And you know what you present. It's gotta be the rose or the rules. This case has nothing. Yeah. The windows, yeah, nothing to do with these first couple. This one? Can't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, so nothing strange to report. Well, we already presented this book. We already presented this on this. So it can't be that. I don't get it, to be honest.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press again. Nothing to report. That's correct. Never looked away. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Uh-huh. What was off? The burnt copy of the Longest Pride was originally in the Kirita household. Did you examine the rose? Oh, I probably should do that. That's a good idea. Let's see if we can do that. It's a very stylish paper with the flowers wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English prints. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong. Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in an English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Sasato-san. You do love your cakes, don't you, sussy? An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. You don't take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out. Something that isn't blossom. Well, I don't see anything, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see anything on the rose. Unless I'm being silly right now. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that the rose could give. I have no idea, you guys. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't get it. Let me read again. But it'd be a different copy, sir. One that was just burnt? No. Ripping a book like that. Yeah, why? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, sir, the book was in Lloyd's hands. Yes. Okay, so it's statement 6. I just don't get it. Like, what is it? It just doesn't make sense. Well, this is new dialogue? This is new dialogue. What? The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. I'm not! The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime. Made sure that Mrs. Gerda was hiding something. Made me sure that Mrs. Gerda was hiding from us. Something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. I don't know what he's talking about. I have no clue what he's talking about. It's very clearly this one. And if it's not the rose, I have no clue. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna waste any more time. I'm just running the rows. We're just gonna run it and gun it. We're gonna save. It's gonna be great. We're gonna run the rows because I don't know. Why would I know?
Objection!
Great. I don't see how this connects. I have no clue. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in your 15 or so minutes that you were guarding the scene. That cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? Yes, I remember that, Ollie, but I'm used to the statement itself being directly contradictory to it. Yeah, I'm used to it not being like that. Your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court. It got moved, I know. That when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Objection. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager? May I? Meager? But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Constable.
Urgh.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on the Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, but because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Yeah. So did the murder happen on the other side of the street? It had to have. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? When you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
You listen don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. We're doing on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come round. Fantastic. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, bad guy. Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason. Objection.
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would have possibly had the cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
The cop. Because he wanted to be Inspector Man. Maybe. Or maybe he wanted to get rid of it. One of the two. Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for the tampering with the scene of the crime?
Big Sleepy Hoss, right? They're 23? 21? No. What? You look like 18, tops. Tops. It's you.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Point. Constable, Rolly Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly have done something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband.
I would hope so, because he's married to you.
No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. B. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box and fetch the officer on duty. That 15 minutes you were absent from the scene of it is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection. Objection.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing this out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Well.
Objection!
First you make the accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. My husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have to hide anything? It just doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Okay, well, I'm about to do it right now. Constable B has been a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? It's the book. It's his book. It's this little thingy.
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, will you now explain to the court what the motive of this alleged tampering?
Yes. Breathe, my boy. Breathe. You can do it. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide... Okay. I think it was where the bouquet fell. Not where the book fell. I think it's where the bouquet is, because I don't know. He wanted to make sure he was seen with his wife on a different side or something? I don't know.
I don't know, you guys. Do you think I know?
You have a sus? Yeah. Because he wouldn't have had motive to tamper if it was the victim. And the book fell just doesn't make sense. I'm going to go with Buqueto. I'm going to save, though. Because I don't want to die. 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 I don't want... No. I don't want to. Okay. Yes. Where the bouquet fell on the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs.
And why exactly?
Oh, well, of course. The reason is... I don't know.
Do you have something to hide, my learned friend? For it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court.
Huh?
Or could it be, perhaps, that no reason exists?
Wait! Oh, no! That was wrong. Well, then it has to be the victim, because if it was the victim and it was on his side, then he could investigate it. But if it wasn't on his side, then he couldn't investigate it. So that one. I'm gonna say that one. Smacky. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is why what this body had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? I told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What?
What? Eh?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Right here. Right here. Right? Please?
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gyarados' book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Eh? Good gracious!
Doubles. He did like a full... Did he do a 720 there?
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident, I mean, I knew that they switched the area like a while ago. But when I was stuck on that testimony, I knew that he switched it because I'm like, that's the only way he could have investigated it. Or like, I think that's the reason, or at least that's what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Or he would have been allowed to. I don't know. Or maybe he would have gotten out of it. There's a... yeah. We saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the reason they switched it. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending for your help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself and the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Dyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Because he couldn't find it. Hey! And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond?
Constable Rolling Beat.
Oh? Wake.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it?
I know it is because
you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Huh?
Eh?
Only it seems. It wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Oh.
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. We're damaging the yard's reputation for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Dykes, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Colonel! I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
It's his little bookie, right? It's that he has to it has to be his thingy. It's item number 1, right? I think? I don't know. I don't know. Do I know? Why would I know? I'm not a knowing kind of guy. I'm not a knower.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Anniversary.
Special? How? On account of this
bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable B had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Miss B stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary.
Oh, I get it.
Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
So he wanted to get rid of it so he didn't have to take care of it. I think? This is the warrant card that Constable B offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Yes. Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
Yes.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God.
Don't you bring Jesus into this game, he's already sus enough.
Stay close to me, Bat. The criminal could be still lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why?
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
It's a cop's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street and then...
So he just wanted to spend time with his wife, right? I'm assuming correctly. He's like, I don't want this night ruined by a sussy baka.
Oh.
Oh, he's sad!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evenings of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside of your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never left the poor woman in the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, it was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
Hey, can you tell us, Constable? What's up, Beagle? Beagle, bro. How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Well, 4 it was, yes, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gyarda household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? But all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. It was in her hand, okay. Why is he eating the strap of his cap? Because he's a kappa. He's a baba.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene. And Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, I had to be the fellow who ran off.
Wait, however, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought.
I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving all over the road would make a jot of a difference. I suppose this is for me now. I've had it.
Eh?
My lord! My ass cheeks have waited long enough.
Yes, Lord Van Zyx.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Huh? Eh?
Constable, you may withdraw.
Sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
He's dead. He's gonna die. He did a bad thing in the court with Reaper of the Bailey.
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave her now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Ah,
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Ah, whatever again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir.
So he's gonna keep his job, it sounds like. Sounds like, maybe.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third-party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord, nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly committed this crime.
No, that's not true.
No,
I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Love and Sykes, is this true?
My ass cheeks know everything. Of course I know. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
So I have to name the person? Okay, who is this? Who is it? I don't know. It's not you, because you just left. It's not you, you're the victim. It's not you, you weren't there. Garadeb. No, her. Maybe. This is the only one it could be. I really don't see how it could have been anyone else except for this lady. Am I wrong? I don't know, dude. I'm gonna save. There's no one else it could have been. Let's think about this. It could have been Sussy. Male Strongheart's not even in this case. Investigator, no. You're the defendant. You're a child. Yes, it could be you. Technically, it could be you, but not really. I don't think you were there. Maybe you were. You're a vampire. Victim, and these two just left. It's gotta be her.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again!
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. Point! It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Yeah, but now it needs to happen. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
You're telling me I look like a toad? Have you looked in a mirror? No offense.
Hello! Should I change your voice? I don't like this anymore! I'm Toad!
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as he said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Leg? No, no leg.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh?
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out.
But that's just like a common garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garrideb?
Uh-oh.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe in all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I had injured someone. You hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman. You threw stuff at your husband. That's someone. You slap him all the time.
So yes, I want evidence. I want hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruto? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
And take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zykes.
Going to have to testify?
Uh-oh.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, yes. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Hey! Alright, this is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Hey!
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife
Or a maid or whatever.
Court of societal testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
I assume that's...
Yeah! Ah. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Yeah.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade face disciplinary action alone. Disciplinary action alone.
John is clearly Moon Man? That's what I said. He's Moon Pie.
Oh, John?
I presume you are Mr. John Garrett. Yes, sir.
No. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. See my fair share of action now. I'm driving the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life where you're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question.
Joan's supposed to be Sun Woman. Oh, yeah, I see it now. I see it a little bit.
Well, yes. Well, yes, quite.
I believe it may represent a first in the proud history of the British court.
I bet this may represent a first in the proud history.
Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Okay.
Sir, at once. Kermit the Frog here. And Miss Piggy.
The Battle of Garrideb. Yes.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing's in the victim's back really was one of ours, then you'll have a job proving it, I think.
It's as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault it seems.
The enemy caught guard on the hops. The enemy caught us up. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. Be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about marital quarrel here? You know what's funny is that World War I technically hasn't even happened yet in this world.
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows as that surroundings are barely noticed.
What's funny about that is that he's talking about trench warfare. Did trench warfare exist yet? I don't know. Index will maybe be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Okay.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Is this actually the last cross-examination, though? We'll see. Battle of Garrideb.
Yeah, so the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact, with Kisi on it. Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth! But nothing is like hell on earth, as my ass cheeks clapping you will be in about 3 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. Consider yourself clapped.
Yeah. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. But besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
likely story.
These waters run very deep.
What transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Knocked the candlestick over and set fire on the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and we got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happened there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
The most precarious situation you put yourself in.
No, he wasn't cheating on her, dude. He wasn't. Well, we haven't confirmed that, but we're most likely that he wasn't cheating on her. It just happened to be in a book he opened.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant misunderstood me, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you ever actually seen the state of that man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That's most certainly not true of a Sasato takedown, Mr. Naruto. I was about to say, is Sussy really gonna go, that is the most true thing she said all day. When a woman's gotta throw, she's gotta throw. How'd she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was it a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin! A napkin?!
He really fucking hates that napkin!
Sir? Hello, Mario.
Excuse me!
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir?
Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. It's just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch.
Or ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Even ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously. We'll take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Oh, it got broken. Oh.
Your pipes are... Had this thing been in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft...
No, wait, no.
Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. When I went to pick up the thing, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Oh, so the knife's broken, the pipe's broken, yeah.
It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyways, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important. Why not?
The defense believes Mr. Garrett's remark just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Fight 1. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
She's 16, lady. The fuck?
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Okay, I want pipe. Yo, Mr. Garrett is not just handing over a pipe, he's trying to lay pipe, okay? How about I speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto? I was just feeling rather... Don't say that. What's wrong, Ollie? I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. Oh wait, no. I have to do that.
What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
I don't know why I wasn't talking in their voice. Whatever. Okay. Alright, let's peep this out. Hey. Yeah, okay. How did I know that the tip of the knife would be in there? How did I know that? Oh, this is where to go. I don't know. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? Did he not realize that was in there? Mr. Garrett really? Looks like the tip of the blade of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Did he really not notice that his pipe had that in it? Really? Genuinely, you didn't know?
That belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'd have a job proving it, I think.
Well, I can prove it right now. Well, just in case, I'm gonna save. Because this game's weird, I've learned. So I'm just gonna make sure that I can prove this.
Objection!
Yes! Smack! Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bowie thing.
You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me, it's rather wearing, being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dussy. Dizzy. Dussy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Pursuit theme? Is it pursuit theme time? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of the blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged.
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got in there.
Well, what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Smack. Yes.
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence here in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Why? He's showing his ass cheeks in court. You can see his underwear through his robe.
You appear rather confident in the extraordinary statement, Counsel.
I know, Ollie.
Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
The Nife. Los Nifos.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
In their bones?
And what about this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Objection.
Smacky. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
Objection.
Good grief, Lord Van Zykes.
I don't believe it.
Dude, don't clutch your shoulder like in the... That's the first game. That's not what you're supposed to do in this game.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh!
Wow.
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
He was doing the like anime eyes thing, like where he's like pushing up his glasses that aren't there.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
The Van Zykes has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did this fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. So you threw a knife at him and it hit his pipe? You could have killed him. Oh god, dearie me. Oh no. Oh dearie me. During the arguments between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garredeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the
tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe. Chances of that are a million to one! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Unless someone planted it there? Someone else. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window? I don't know about that. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garredeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh! No!
Objection!
That can't be it. That can't be the answer. Maybe? Oh, he's got wine. Sip. Gut, 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 gut.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that.
Oh yeah? You know what I have to say about that, Van Zykes?
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
What? Sorry, you didn't say words there.
But after all, it's just a theory. A game theory. I watch YouTube. You watch MatPat? Me too. The bottle I feel is corked. Because you see,
leg. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
An insurmountable?
What? What?
Well, Sykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her.
That's right, you silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of this case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above.
Sixth cup.
There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Yes, it. I can already think of the answer to this. I think I know the answer to this.
Order! Wait, right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Yeah, but what else went out the window? The book that she was picking up and bent over to pick up, maybe.
Well, he's lost for words. Look,
I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though.
what really did happen? It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
No. It's pursuit time. Gamer time. We're so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. And just by one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Sussy! Miss Baka! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend.
She does that a lot, dude. It's not the first time. I have no idea why.
Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of your theory as fatally flawed.
I think it's ending very soon, Smiley. Very soon. Because I think this is the last present. I think this is it right here. This has to be it. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. Revisualization. It's a test. Smack! Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel!
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. Explain how the knife fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness! Sure, this must be the last time. Counsel, present evidence of which you speak.
This is it, I think. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the book. I think it's the book. It's got to be the book. But, whenever Ollie says IDK followed by anything, that's always the right answer, so. This fourth book found at the scene. This is the final. Hey! This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book! Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question. and the victim holding it in her hand.
What as we know now?
It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
No. No. No, 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 no. She picked it up.
Wait, so it's part of the wholesome transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Oh, my headphones are really out of battery right now. All right, hang on, guys. Hang on. I have to replace my battery. Give me 1 sec. Give me un momento. Uno momento. Don't Donkey Kong me, Ollie. Don't you give me that right now. Don't you give me that, mister. Yeah, you can sour please me. Or whatever it's called. Pug please, all the pleases. Okay. What made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, it's because that's how I found it. We first went over to the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it's still in her hand.
Yeah. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me.
We know that this book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the streets in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. What do you do?
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garrett, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
That's right. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Straight up? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book... Hey! The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. Dude, that was literally an imposter, like the body laying, like body discovered. Like, dead. At the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mrs. Seki Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark of the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction. The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
There never was a real culprit to run from at the scene of the crime in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Hey! Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Miss Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Oopsies.
I take full responsibility.
I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John dear. It's all right, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry.
Dead. Oh, caught her. Oh boy, you can do it. With his ass cheeks spread wide. Beautiful.
Lord Van Sykes, what is the news of Miss Garrett? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but I've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman's out of danger, it seems. Yes, this is good news.
So, Mr. Seki Natsume.
Mr. Naruto Esquire. Oh, it's me, Joe Mama.
Wait, I have to get in the Pops voice. I haven't done Pops the entire stream.
Yes? Oh, yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No,
it's me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable B said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Well, yes, but in a really, really backhanded way, Elysia. But yes.
It's been about a year since
No, I can't. Not Kermit. It's not Kermit. This is not Miss Piggy.
Oh, it's years since I arrived at Great Britain now. But I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Saseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Hey.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that has created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Dykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised.
Wow.
I heartily commend you both.
Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you that we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Getting in for the old beam while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be.
Does it mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say I'll have to go a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman. Not guilty.
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 Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very well, Mr. Saki Natsume, I may pronounce you not guilty.
Oh my god, I love confetti in the courtroom! Wow, yeah, fireworks! Oh my god, that's a fire hazard, but okay.
Sure, man.
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
You are now free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in the British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
He's gonna be brought before him again, I guarantee you.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counselors. Court is adjourned.
I did it. I did it, you guys. I solved the murder. I solved the murder. 20th February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Law. Antechamber, not lobby.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. I mean, is there another locum here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? I liked locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I like Esquire. What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh,
at last I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Matsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman
was in no way your fault. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But... Today, you locum lawyer...
No, I can't keep trying to do Kermit, and it's not Kermit.
You locum lawyer, you gave my gloom the boot. You stood firmly behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering. We're very pleased for you.
This have given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
Oh, an anecdote. What's to become of all my hard work? Is this what's to become of all my work? Oh, there you are, my dear fellow.
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. No! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently. Mr. Naruhodo, I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! My haste was all in vain?
It's you! Sherlock Sholmes!
Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming. Is this all your fault, Herlock Sholmes? You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! Punch.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady in Renoff, are you not? Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Ah, well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I'm sorry, really? Oh, I'm sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. You just guilt-tripped this man.
Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsumi? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and the Reaper, and by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. Doomed. It will be all right, Mr. Natsumi. You'll look at him. I don't think he's feeling too good. I think we need to, like, get him out of here. So if the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Sasato takedown on the Reaper.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Me? With a perfectly executed Sasato takedown. A sussy takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time. Miss Sasato. Did I do it? No. So, Mr. Natsumi, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Well... Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. What? Oh. It has already been a year since wait, I keep messing up his voice. It's already been a year since I have arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsumi.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all! Actually, it is. Except it is. The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be interesting to read. Isn't he based off an actual author? Ollie, you would know this. Yeah.
What about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we? A week has not passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally have found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you will while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Did Sholmes just say come over? Did Sholmes just say come over? Give me your crewmate face. Crewmate, that's me. Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shan't take long. Shan't? Somebody's happy. Dude, Sasato's beaming right now. Beaming.
Locum Naruhodo, Reno Naruhodo Lawyer Esquire. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. I'll be writing about famous characters like Joe Mama.
Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt that Mr. Natsume will be released in no time for dinner this evening.
And so, Saseki-san's innocence successfully established. We rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Cutscene? Cutscene? 20th February, 4:41 p.m. We're in the attic. I assume this is like over pretty soon. I would hope. So this is to be our new office. Yes, the new office? Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Ooh, he's disrobed. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. Such a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
Oh no, he's hot.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat it as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have lots to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Sussy. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid.
Oh no, Sussy.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
The
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. At these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. What is mirth? But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. Yeah? Case 3? So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London! Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alexa.
Yes, master.
Shh! Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Hey, okay, we're gonna watch the opening cutscene to the final case, and then we're gonna go to bed.